Okay, good evening. That's the spot. So I hope you guys have been enjoying my sports history and the football club history videos. They've been fun to research the last 2 days. A fair few hours have gone into researching them, so I hope you've been enjoying the club histories that I've come up with. And of course, they're only brief histories. I'm not going into season by season records because we would be here forever. And I don't want to bore you guys to death. But I thought I'd start doing them again. I've done a few in the past where I've been asked to do more of those like club histories. They've been kind of fun to do, and some of those videos will stand the test of time. Some of them I'll have to revisit, like my Eintracht Frankfurt um, club history. I'm going to have to uh, uh, update that because they've won a European trophy. I'm going to have to update. Well, I haven't done the Real Madrid or Liverpool ones yet, so that's kind of handy. But I would have to update them hypothetically if uh, I was to have done one. So some of them may not stand the test of time and may need an update. But I started doing it because Nottingham Forest got promoted, to the Premier League, and I thought, you know what, I'll look at the history of Forest, and I was really surprised that 75% of their silverware has been won with Brian Clough as manager. You just little stats like that. So and I was surprised that Birmingham City have had the limited success they've had, while West Brom have won a hatful of trophies in their existence. And I was a bit surprised with the amount that West Brom had won as a club. So there is that. Now, big news. And I say big news. Uh, UEFA has issued a formal apology to both Liverpool and Real Madrid over the treatment of fans at last weekend's Champions League final. It's taken a week to get anything out of UEFA saying that we screwed up, we've got things slightly wrong, we'll be looking into the situation, which for me is not the best look that you know is out there. UEFA have been criticised quite heavily over recent years in regards to ticket allocations, locations of finals, issues at finals. And the Stade de France situation is not an isolated incident with that stadium. There's been criticisms of the Stade de France for many years now as a venue. And while it's a fantastic stadium, there's no doubt on it being a fantastic stadium. The Stade de France has been criticised by sports fans and concert goers for since its opening 2.5 decades ago. The Stade de France has been criticised for issues with the flow of people, the traffic flow, as you say, of getting to and from your seats, in and out of the stadium, bottlenecks outside the stadium, its location in the Paris urban area, uh, issues with security, issues with ticketing, issues with policing. This is not a new issue. So I am surprised UEFA have waited until Real Madrid have basically kicked off. And the statements coming out from the French authorities are basically just, I will blame Liverpool because it's easy, rather than actually looking and investigating how things were handled at the time on the ground, and how things unfolded. And it didn't help that it was a very, very internationally broadcast final. It's one of the biggest matches in European football, if not world football, other than the World Cup final, the Euros final, the Copa America final. It is possibly the biggest match outside international football. And the criticism aimed at UEFA and the authorities, I think, is justified. I think, yes, there's going to be individuals who are going to cause problems. Happens at every football match. There's always that one or two idiots at every game. There's that minority, but this, yeah, just not good enough from UEFA and the French authorities. Now, talking about French players in football, obviously Lacazette is set to leave Arsenal on a free transfer, most likely back to Lyon, Olympique Lyonnais, where he started his career and where he joined Arsenal from. Very surprised with the amount of players who are coming off contract, who are going to be available for nothing. absolutely nothing. Really, really surprised. I'm gonna put my hoodie on because I'm actually a bit chilly. Gosh, gosh, so yes, Lacazette is going to be available as a player on a free agent as a free agent. That is starting to surprise me a little bit with the amount of players. Oh, get bloody sleep. Amount of players who are being just allowed to run down their contracts this season and leave for nothing. I am really surprised. He has. Every time I've seen him play, he hasn't looked great. Even when they won the 2020 FA Cup final, I wasn't impressed with Lacazette. I've not been impressed with Lacazette in the games that I've seen him playing in the highlights. When football highlights are on like Match of the Day and during Euros and World. I mean, at the Euros, he was absolutely. Oh, what's going on with my hat? Ah, there we go. That's better. Yeah, Lacazette, I don't think it's work. I mean, he scored 71 goals in all competitions. Aubameyang, Aubameyang, I don't know. There's something about Arsenal in recent years where it just hasn't worked with a lot of signings. And even when Wenger was there, it's the same with Man United. And even when Fergie was there was massive flops. But Aubameyang, yeah, it hasn't worked with Aubameyang. It hasn't worked with Lacazette. Now, Arteta's still managed to win an FA Cup with these players. He's still managed to win silverware with these players and be more competitive than people expected, considering the decline of Arsenal in recent years. There is a situation at Arsenal. There is something not right with Arsenal. They haven't been the same since leaving Highbury, and I think that's a fair assessment. Yeah, Arsenal need them. Van Persie, Nasri, Song, Fabregas. Well, out of those, I think Van Persie and Fabregas were the best out of those four. I think Samir Nasri's had his off-field issues, which are documented, and Song, no, he was much like his uncle. His discipline wasn't good enough. Arsenal, you could argue, Fabregas and Van Persie were the two best players they've had out of those four. But that was the tail end of their successful period. Now, the fact that Wenger, Emery, and Arteta managed to get an FA Cup each in the last few seasons, in the last 6, 7 years, or whatever it is, and but they've only won 3 trophies since they've moved to the Emirates since 2006. So Arsenal's decline has been very, very the running joke with Arsenal is their best players leave and win somewhere else or Tottenham. The amount of players that get signed by Tottenham and then within a season or two, the running joke with Tottenham and Arsenal is their best players, leave, win silverware elsewhere, and it's a fact. It is a fact. And the Gareth Bale curse at Spurs, since they sold Gareth Bale and then brought him back on loan, every single one of those players that were bought with the money for the Gareth Bale sale or came in since, in between his league departure and return, won silverware elsewhere. I don't know with the Harry Kane situation. The way that was handled this time last year wasn't great. The manager hunt wasn't great. I think that had an impact as well. And I think Harry Kane. I think is as what I think. I'm surprised they with Spurs they went for the stadium rebuild without actually building success. They went for the stadium going, this will bring us success, which is not how it works. You've got to build a successful culture within your club, win some silverware, and then you reward yourself with a new stadium. Harry Kane is not going to be 35 next year. He's younger than me, Harry Kane. He sometimes runs like he's a 35-year-old centre forward. Look, the opportunity for Harry Kane to try his hand elsewhere is not a slight saying Tottenham's a small club or a selling club, not at all. But he's had the opportunity to go to another club. There's opportunities been out there. Other clubs have said, look, this is what we're willing to pay. Or they've obviously other clubs have obviously had negotiations with Spurs at some point, have had approaches that haven't been made public because they don't have to. Other clubs have obviously inquired about Harry Kane, otherwise you wouldn't have had that debacle last summer. And there's been quite a few. Oh, Perisic for nothing. He's a winger. So Perisic is a winger, and they're getting him on a free when technically as his contract's expired. I think his contract where he was playing has expired, but the official transfer window isn't open for another 7 days. But those players who are already available on free contracts, whose contracts have expired, technically can be signed. So yes, Ivan Perisic got signed for nothing. Fraser Forster got signed for nothing. I'm surprised that Southampton, I forget, and Inter is where Perisic came from. And I'm surprised the amount of clubs that are just allowing their players this season to run their contracts down. I do think this is COVID catching up. I do honestly think this is the COVID pandemic finally catching up with some of these clubs. And, some of these clubs being very mindful of UEFA's new spending rules that are going to be brought in a season or two's time. They want to already be compliant before the rules come in. I think a lot of these clubs are actually playing it quite smart. But I can see this being a very, very active transfer window in the sense that clubs like Man United, massive clear out, Arsenal, players leaving there. Obviously, Spurs have already picked up 2 players for nothing. And Perisic is a brilliant signing. He's going to give 2. Is the Premier League worth more than UEFA? It's the playoff final, ironically, is the most valuable game. The playoff final, the Championship playoff final that Nottingham Forest have just won, they've won more prize money than Liverpool or Real Madrid would have won. I think Real Madrid won €60 million. Liverpool won 20 million or something for being a runner-up. The Champions League final is worth less money to the winner than the Championship playoff final. So make of that what you will as a one-off game, which I think is completely distorted everything. But the UEFA Champions League is probably worth more money than the Championship as a season. If we're being brutally honest, I think the UEFA Champions League is worth more for match day revenue and revenues created than the Championship, taking out transfers because transfers actually affect the Championship clubs. I don't think the Premier League is. I think the big 5, maybe the big 6 leagues in Europe are probably worth more than the Champions League. But the Champions League is worth more than the Championship. If that makes sense. So imagine if the Premier League had an American playoff model in a final. Let's not do that. There's already been that pushback against the European Super League. There's already been that pushback against the planned reformatting of the Champions League. That hasn't been ratified yet. It's just a proposal that UEFA put on the table. So let's not anger the European fans anymore. Come on. The American playoff model doesn't really work for European sport. Much like our promotion relegation model doesn't work for American sport. It's how the sports are governed and organised and culturally run. And don't try and argue with Americans on the internet because they are don't even try to talk to Americans on the internet because it is like talking to a brick wall. They can't accept criticism. They think they're the best at everything. I wouldn't say it's necessarily always the most entertaining because somehow the Colorado Avalanche are beating Edmonton Oilers 2-0 in a playoff series, and neither side can defend apparently. So whether it's entertaining or not, I understand the Stanley Cup format because I'm an NHL fan. I've invested the majority of my life in the NHL as a fan, and I understand the NRL format in Australia, which is again different. And I understand our domestic league formats in football with our playoff structure. That hasn't always been the case, the playoffs. And they keep tinkering the playoff structure historically. And I didn't really cover that in my Football League history video, but I should have. But the playoffs constantly get tinkered with historically. And originally you had to get voted into the Football League or voted out. You didn't just drop out. Yes, deliberately losing to get a first overall draft pick. because there's no promotion relegation. You deliberately lose to get a beneficial draft pick, be it first overall or in the top five. You deliberately lose in your division or your conference or in the league in general to go into the draft lottery to come out number one. There's rules against that though. But yes, like the Buffalo tanking for McDavid and they get Jack Eichel. Toronto tanking to get Matthews. Yes, I know all about that. I don't like tanking. There are rules being brought in to make the draft lottery more of a draft lottery. No, I'm going for the Avalanche versus the Rangers. Just got a feeling. Avalanche Rangers. Do I think there should be a salary cap? I think there should be a salary cap in European football Europe wide. Could be brutally honest, and that has to come from UEFA. Then the domestic FAs and the domestic leagues have to bring in what their salary cap is. I would go more than just a salary cap in the Premier League. I think European football just needs salary cap in general, and therefore how you would work that out would have to be a UEFA-led idea, which is what they're pretty much bringing in with their new proposed spending rules and that dropping scale of spending rules. But that only covers the top divisions in Europe. That doesn't cover the second, third, fourth tiers. So I do think, yes, UEFA's proposed spending rule changes. That is, again, a proposal. It hasn't been ratified yet. I think is a start. It's basically tantamount to what the Major League Baseball have with their luxury tax system rather than the words salary cap. But I always say this about salary caps. If there's ways to work around it, like long-term injured reserve or third-party payments, teams will work around any kind of spending rule in place. Oh, you appreciate the Norwich City? Well, look, I when you mentioned, oh, can you do a Norwich City? I did the Ipswich Town one just to wind up the Norwich City fans. I had to. That was the Ipswich Town one was done deliberately to make banter. But when I looked into Ipswich Town and I looked into Norwich City, when you said in a comment that your finest hour was finishing third in the Premier League, I went, no, you won silverware. You won trophies. No, your trophy wins should be more important and respected more in your fan base. Because you're more likely to try and win those trophies again. I can never understand when fans go, "Oh, finest hour was being the next best." It's like, no, your finest hour was that cup final you win, where you come from behind, or whatever it is, or your European runs. I don't understand like some fan bases going, "We came second in the Premier League once, or we came second in Division One once." Yeah, but you won like 9 trophies in your history. You're not interested in that. Any hopes for an Oilers comeback? It would be great for hockey if McDavid wins. Yeah, but then we won't hear the end of it if McDavid wins the Stanley Cup because the comparisons with Gretzky are already there, and you cannot compare. It's like comparing Gretzky to Geordie Howe. You can't. Eras are different. The style of hockey is different, and there have been flaws in McDavid's game that have been highlighted. Last year, he didn't have an impact on the series against the Jets. Um, I And the Oilers, they're a team I love to hate because they're so badly run on off the ice. Um, just imagine if they were to suddenly come back from behind, win the Stanley Cup. I think that'll be more disastrous for the Oilers because they haven't had that playoff success since 2000. I think it's 7. They last made a Stanley Cup final with Chris Pronger in the team, or 2006, something like that. And the problem would be that they haven't had a long they've mismanaged their franchise for 32 years, and you imagine all those players that want extensions, they wouldn't be able to afford to keep that team together. You know, they'd probably fall apart quicker than a blancmange. Blancmange is a thing. It's a food. It's horrible. Don't eat it. It's a pudding. It's disgusting. Um, I would rather see the Avalanche do it simply because where they were in 2017, God, that was a bad season. That was a bad season. And what Joe Sakic has done as GM is completely. At first, people were going, this is not going to work. The Avalanche crap." And there were calls to sack him very, very early on, and he stuck with it. and it's been a long process. And I don't know what I want to see the Avalanche do well. Probably because I'm a Jets fan, and there is that rivalry with the other Canadian sides in the Western Conference. But there's I want to see a Central team win, basically, if that makes sense. I want to see a Central Division team win, but that's just me. I think while I just don't know what I want to see a Western Conference team win, but I also want to see a Central Conference team win. But a good friend of mine is a Rangers fan, and I think what has been proven by these conference finals is none of these teams can suddenly defend. Do you believe that Dean Smith could do what he did at Villa and get us in the right direction and eventually survive healthy in the Prem? As there's fair few fans who don't see that happening. That's the problem. As I mentioned in the club history video, you did have a very purple patch and a very solid spell um, in the top flight, and you didn't kick on from that 92-93 season. You had the ability to do that. And what's happened with Norwich is, and this is true, and I think Norwich fans need to take this criticism as a fan base, is while the club is financially well run these days, with Delia Smith's backing and others, and the rest of the ownership group, and it is solidly on a solid foundational footing financially. The club is a yo-yo club. It can't establish itself either in the Premier League or just be prepared to be in the Championship for 5-6 seasons, slowly build and then go again. It's up down up down up, and eventually, like, those players that you have retained will leave, and it'll be harder to attract those players you need to take that establishing step. If that makes sense, you need to give it a go now. You've saved the money up. You're not in debt, which is brilliant. Norwich have got no financial issues. Actually go one or two, maybe three players, suddenly you've got a mid-table side. You can build from there. You can take that next step. You can go for, okay, we're mid-table. Now we can build to, let's aim for Europe. Now we can build, okay, we've got that League Cup or FA Cup success. Now we've got into Europe by the back door, so to speak. Let's take those steps. And you've got the financial stability to do that. And, okay, this time last year, okay, a bit of money was spent. It's a shame though, because Norwich do have the potential, and I do honestly stress this, to be a mid-table Premier League side for a couple of seasons before taking their next. There is the potential there. The problem is the way football's gone now, where the money's weighted at the top with a handful of clubs, and the imbalance is massive. Whereas if looking at the history videos I've done, look how many different cup winners I've come across. The only club that hasn't won any silverware is Port Vale. Every other club that I've looked at has won at least one trophy at some point and has spent lengthy spells in the top division or in the top two divisions. And the only team, other than Port Vale, that I've looked at who's fallen out of the Football League but come back is Oxford United. And they had a decent spell in the 80s. And the problem with them was, because of the European ban, they couldn't showcase what they had after winning the League Cup on a European stage. Imagine if they won that UEFA Cup like Ipswich had done a few years before. How different the story would be for Oxford United. And they've been a club since the 1890s. So this is where a lot of fan bases blame Liverpool for that European ban. And every single club I've done a club history on, apart from Port Vale, has won silverware, which is ridiculous. And when I say silverware, I mean major trophies. And yeah, I can do a Cardiff video. Do I think Cardiff have potential? Not with current ownership. I think the is it the Tan family? Not with the owners you currently have. No. Different ownership, yes. The stadium is fantastic. I mean, Ninian Park was a terrifying place to go back in the day, but the stadium is fantastic. The fan base is fantastic. If I'll use the word boisterous when it comes to crowd disorder, but boisterous, I think, is a good term. But I will say this: your spells in the Premier League haven't been successful. In recent times, Swansea have had better success than you guys, which has got to be, a bit of, if you're two Welsh mates, and let's say you're from South Wales, from the valleys, and one of these a Cardiff fan and one of these a Swansea fan, the Swansea fan will still have that. Well, we won the League Cup and played in Europe recently, and the Cardiff fan will be going, yeah, you're right there. So the rivalry between Swansea and Cardiff is historical. Cardiff, I think, are the big club historically, and I think have the larger fan base. But Swansea have had the more recent success with that League Cup win a couple of years back. I think it's about 9 years ago, and they played in Europe, and Cardiff haven't. Um, that's how I think it's between those two. Look, if Swansea can make the Premier League and be a solid Premier League side, and then well, they just ran out of puff under Gary Monk, didn't they? But they managed to win silverware. They managed to attract some pretty solid, pretty star, flash. They might be flash in the pan players, but um, I think where things currently stand, I think Swansea are in a better position than Cardiff. It must be disheartening supporting Norwich. There are other clubs that it's pretty disheartening supporting right now, where there's not a lot of hope on the horizon. There's a lot of clubs where it's, oh, not this again. Do I think Preston North End? Not with Peter Risdale involved. Peter Risdale should be nowhere near a football club, but hey, that's the director's test for you, eh? Preston North End historically, yes, been a very successful club. I hate to say that, but yeah, Preston North End historically have had a fair bit of success. They haven't been in the top flight for a very, very long time, however, and I think Preston fans will be fully aware of their position and where they're at right now. But they've got a fantastic facility at Deepdale, fantastic fan base, fantastic history. But I just don't. This is the problem with the Premier League. You need to have stupid amounts of money and be willing to spend it. And a lot of clubs overextend themselves and do a Leeds, Bradford, Portsmouth, a Sheffield Wednesday, a Coventry, an Oldham, and then never come back. Well, Leeds did come back, but it took them the best part of a decade and a half. So there you go. I haven't got to Birmingham City yet, but give it time. I've done my club history video on Birmingham City, so I was surprised by the lack of success with the Brummies, with the Zulus. Was really surprised by the lack of success by Birmingham, and I was really surprised by the amount of success of West Brom, considering the age of both clubs, their history in the game, and West Brom. What I'm really surprised with West Brom though is their success stops just abruptly stops in the late 60s. But with Birmingham, it never got going. But Birmingham do have the distinction of being the first English club to play in a European final. Yeah, I would also argue Bristol's possibly the least successful city, not just for football, but for professional sport in this country. The most disheartening football EFL teams, I'd argue, are the ones that are massive clubs that have so much history, which have slipped into this downward spiral into League One and can't seem to get out. Feel a bit of sympathy for Oldham fans because they were in the Premier League when I was a kid. So, and Swindon Town. It's not just that; it's the way football finance runs now. And the unsustainability of the footballing model. Because every club history I've done, apart from Port Vale, and of course Accrington, because I've done a video on Accrington, well, what is now Accrington Stanley in their history, because Accrington were never actually a very, very successful football league club before they went bust. But all the football club histories I've done recently, even Kaiserslautern have won the Bundesliga 4 times, and they've just come out of the 3rd tier in German football. Every team I've done a history on has won silverware. I'm just really surprised that the one with the. Let me have a look. I've got to look at this now when a team's won its last trophy. Bear with me now. I'm going to get anal now. So I started doing the football history videos with Nottingham Forest, and their last trophy is 1990, which was the League Cup when I was 6 months old. Port Vale never won a trophy. Sunderland, their last trophy is 1973, if you discount the EFL trophy, which was last year. Then we've got the EFL history. Ipswich, their last trophy was 1981. Birmingham City, 2011. So that's the most recent major trophy one is Birmingham City, 2011. Kaiserslautern, 98. Bradford City, 1911, although they did get to a cup final against said Swansea. Yes, I was born in 89. Then we've got Swindon Town. Their cup final that they win is 69. Oxford United 86. Norwich City 85. West Brom 68 if you discount the Youth Cup final, which was 76. So yeah, and these are clubs with great histories, and it is literally you've got to get yourself either stupidly in debt or have an owner who just has got unlimited wealth, like the Qatari government, for example, or the Dubai government, for example, or the Saudi government. And I know Stoke City have got trophies in there. Don't you worry. I'll get the Stoke City. Well, they're originally called Stoke. They drop out the Football League and then they reform as Stoke City. Football is basically pay to win. It's lost a little bit of you build a side with the local lads like the Lisbon Lions with Celtic, where the furthest one away was born 20 miles outside Glasgow city centre. And I think, yeah, that premise of building a side like the class of '92 at Man United is that I think the last time a club has had that kind of successful core of players come through a youth system at the same time and go on to win silverware with that club before parting ways. I think Gary Neville was the only one that stayed his entire career at Man United, and ran Ryan Giggs. The rest of them went to play with and won with other clubs or got the finals with other clubs. I think, yeah, now it's you get the mercenary players and less youth development. I've noticed, though Liverpool is a production line itself. Man United with like Rashford and Lingard, you could argue is still producing some talent. But yeah, it's now either your owners don't mind throwing some cash around, or as a club you overextend yourself and leverage yourself with debt to try and get at least one trophy. Do I think Everton will go down next season? It's likely. We'll have to see what happens. I can see a lot of players leaving Everton. If players stay, that's good. But I think Lampard might be doing what he did at Chelsea and Derby and go actually and look at their youth system and go, okay, we have been producing youth for forever Everton. Let's see what we can do. Stoke is open. What's the population of Stoke compared to the population of Bristol? The difference between Bristol and Stoke is Stoke City's won a league title. I think I wouldn't say they're the least successful. I think there's been more silverware in Stoke than in Bristol. I don't think there's any silverware coming out of Bristol actually with Bristol City or Bristol Rovers. Double check that. Can a club be created now and grow a big fan base? Or is history too big? Well, MK Dons is a relocation of a club that's happened in my lifetime, and most of the Wimbledon fans formed their own team, didn't they? I would say if Solihull Moors go up, and they've only been going for, I think 2007 they were created. If Solihull Moors go up, they've only been going just under a decade and a half. That will be a litmus test. Other than that, I do think it will take time. Salford City's got to compete against FC United of Manchester, who are those fans who set up the club in protest of the Glazers, and they've got more fans. So there you go. Salford City is literally owned by the class of '92. They decided to reinvest in the local community that raised them, basically. So we can laugh at Salford City, but they've got no fan base. There were fans there at that club. The club was in existence before the class of '92 decided to buy it. But the problem with a club like Salford is when you're, and the same with Solihull Moors, is you're going into the, I think history. I think he's already. I think the reason why they get a lot of banter, I think, and a bit of criticism is their owners, their current ownership, the class of '92. They've only got the Football League with the backing of some very wealthy ex-players. Now, I'm not saying that the Neville brothers and Nicky Butt, Paul Scholes don't have the right to try and um, you know, do what they do. Fleetwood already did have a club beforehand, but yeah, Fleetwood Town, that is the only club in town. You have to remember that that is the only club in town. Whereas in Salford, Greater Manchester, I mean, Salford technically has its own city, Salford City. You've got to compete against Rugby League and the Lancashire County Cricket Club and Rugby Union with Sale. The issue with Salford is not only Manchester United up the road, but you've also got Rugby League, cricket, and Rugby Union in Salford at a professional level. And that's the problem with Salford City. That's why their fan base is so small. Is you've got a massive, well, two Premier League clubs up the road. Um, uh, you've got Rochdale, another established Football League side up the road. Oldham have only just gone out of the Football League, but bigger fan base, ex-Premier League club. You've got, you know, the Rugby League side that does reasonably well. And you've got the cricket and the Rugby Union with Sale. That's the problem. That's the problem with Salford. Is Salford City is not the only team in town. In the city of Salford, which is part of Greater Manchester, ironically, people forget Salford's actually a city. I've got to do cities of the UK, and people go, what? Yeah, cities of the UK. There's some really fun cities on there, and some places that you think are cities that aren't. But yeah, no, Fleetwood Town is the only team in town. That's why it's drawing fans. And their association with players like Jamie Vardy, for example, helps go a long way when you want to attract not only local fans but fans further afield because you're associated with a superstar player that's come through your team. Um, but no, Salford, a lot of the issues they face is they're not the only team in town. Fleetwood, completely opposite. They are the only team in town at a professional level in any sport. If Cornwall had a national team, how good would they be? They wouldn't. Um, Cornwall doesn't have a professional football side in the Football League. Doesn't have a professional rugby union side in the top flight. A rugby league side has just started up there in the third tier of rugby league. Don't even have a county cricket club playing in the top two tiers of county cricket. Cornwall is an enigma when it comes to England. Doesn't have a professional side. The only other county that doesn't have a professional team is Rutland, and Rutland's got the population of my shoe. Cornwall, there is look. Cornish is a Celtic language that's still spoken by like 4,000 or 5,000 people. It's not officially dead, although it's dying. It's sort of similar to Welsh and Breton, and Scottish Gaelic and Irish Gaelic, or Gaelic if you're Scottish, eh? Um, yeah, rural Cornwall is. I mean, the closest I've been is Devon. Not gonna lie. Um, there's not enough that's come out of Cornwall that you can. There's been a few high-profile players of various sports and athletes that come out of Cornwall. Absolutely, it's not completely not Cornwall, but Devon overshadows it because you've got Plymouth Argyle, because you've got Exeter City, because you've got the Exeter Chiefs in rugby union. Somerset, technically Bristol, historically is part of Somerset and Avon, and then you've got Bath and Taunton. Um, Dorset overshadows them because technically Bournemouth's now part of Dorset, historically part of Hampshire, but Yeovil, that kind of thing. So other areas in the West Country have got either had a professional side in the professional leagues, or even have had a professional side in the non-league in Yeovil Town, or have had professional sides in other sports at a high level. Like Frome in Somerset is the birthplace of Jenson Button, for example. Cornwall, I can think of, there was an England rugby union player who's from Cornwall, and he was a prop. And it's going to annoy me because I've met him. And he was part of the Vickery, Phil Vickery. Phil Vickery is from Cornwall, and John Ruddy. So Phil Vickery, the rugby union player, and John Ruddy. So we are running quite thin on the ground for high-profile sportsmen and women from Cornwall. That's the problem. There's not a lot of investment in in sport. Isle of Wight, the Whitlink Raiders ice hockey team back in the day, playing out of Ryde on the Isle of Wight, and they were half decent, and then there was issues obviously with transport to and from. But the Whitlink Raiders, the Isle of Wight Raiders is a historical name, but the Whitlink Raiders played out of Ryde ice rink, and then they didn't, and they were a half decent side actually, and they were semi-pro professional, there's a few professional players, but the Isle of Wight is a problem because you've got the Solent, and if there's a storm, the catamarans and the ferries do not sail because the Solent can be quite a dangerous body of water because it's a very narrow channel. When geography now geology, because the Solent's a very narrow channel with the Isle of Wight having big cliffs, but Hayling Island and the Solent, not the cliffs aren't really there, so it sort of funnels the water in. So if there's a storm, there's no like bridge across the Solent between the Isle of Wight and Portsmouth and Southampton, for example. It's all by ferry and catamaran. There's no tunnel like the Channel Tunnel. So the Isle of Wight can get isolated in bad weather, and yeah, that's one of the reasons. And they don't have an airport on the Isle of Wight. They have a heliport, so there's no international or regional airport. So you are stuck if there's bad weather and you can't get a ferry crossing because there's a storm coming up the Solent or in the Channel. There you go. That's one of the reasons why the Isle of Wight doesn't have a high profile professional sports team. It's because of its geographical location. If there were better transport links like a bridge or a tunnel to the Isle of Wight, absolutely, you could have a professional team that could do rather well actually, but the transport links just aren't there, which is a problem. So they can Jersey or Guernsey make an impact? Well, I'm gonna tell you two famous athletes from Jersey who've gone on to represent England at international level. Matt Le Tissier and Matthew Bannahan in rugby union. Both have played at the highest level in their respective sports. And there you go. Matt Le Tissier and Matthew Bannahan. They're from Channel Islands, famously. Again, Jersey do have a rugby union side that play in the Rugby Championship, which is the level below the Premiership. They're a reasonable side. There are calls for them to merge in the French league system because Cherbourg's only about half hour away on the ferry in comparison to, or an hour away on the ferry in comparison to an 18-hour ferry crossing, or 10-hour ferry crossing, depending if you go by catamaran or bigger ferry. Must be depressing for people on the island not having a professional football club or professional team to support. All they have is Portsmouth and Southampton, possibly Bournemouth. You could argue that. You could argue, but that's the benefit of having the internet and TV, isn't it? And the Isle of Wight, while it's small, there's actually a fair bit to do on the Isle of Wight. Let's not knock the Isle of Wight too much. I have been to the Isle of Wight as a kid. It's not. I mean, my mum did complain about it. I think my mum found the Isle of Wight a fun day out, but my granddad at the time went, "That was a really grotty place." It's not had all the investment. Its transport infrastructure has been ripped to pieces in the 60s. There used to be massive railway network on the Isle of Wight. Yes, you guys forget I am a bit of a train nerd. And by 66, they cut it down just to one line. There's one preserve railway and one what you call main line, in the sense of on the east coast of the Isle of Wight. So the transport network on the Isle of Wight's been decimated in the last 50 years. It is isolated on an infrastructure standpoint. So yeah, there is that issue with not having that direct link to the mainland by bridge or by tunnel. But there's a lot of geology that goes into that as well. A lot of the rock and everything, and tunneling through the Solent. It would actually ironically be more difficult than what they did with the Channel Tunnel. Just don't even ask me about the geology of that and the cost. I have been to some Blackburn games, but the best I've done is away games. I tried to do one home game, and from where I live, let's not go into the day that was. But they were free tickets, so I wasn't overly complaining. um, but I haven't seen a Blackburn game for quite some time. We were a Premier League side at the time. Two guy was playing. That's how far long ago it was. It's just money's an issue, and but my favourite memory was two guys scoring at Southampton. I've gone to get up. It's 1-1. The game's meandering. Nothing's happening. 90 plus two. So we're 2 minutes into added time at the end, injury time, and he blasting a volley from I think it was about was it 35 or 40 yards out. He literally just nailed it past Jones in the or was it Anthony Niemi? It might have been Niemi in the Southampton goal that day. Just absolutely fired it out of the cannon. But yeah, no, it's geographically. Well, I don't know why I chose Blackburn as a kid, but I did. But I've even been in a couple of Burnley games as well. I've probably been to more Brentford and Fulham games and QPR games, to be fair, than Blackburn games in my lifetime. But again, I just sometimes I like going to a ground as a neutral. It is kind of just fun when you're just there as a neutral and you can just suck in the atmosphere. Just my favourite ground is Loftus Road. You know, people are what? Yeah, Loftus Road is the most intimidating atmosphere I've ever seen. I love Loftus Road. You're so close to the pitch, like you really are just on top of the play. Um, but my first game was a Liverpool Sheffield Wednesday game. So, but as a kid and as a young as a teenager, I was just obsessed by not only I was obsessed by football. Uh, have a QPR. I don't want a QPR. Well, actually, to be fair, I will say this. I've got to sort out a lot of things in my flat, tidy up a lot of the stuff that I don't bother with. But I do have a sports jersey collection. I just don't get. As you've seen, I've been wearing my NFL jerseys lately. I've got ice hockey jerseys all over the place. Um, I've got a rather scabby Blackburn jersey that's falling apart now. I do need to replace that. I've loved it too much. Just had some love. Um, so I do collect sports memorabilia. At some point, I might get a QPR. QPR is interesting because they're another side that has massively underachieved, and I will do a video on Queens Park Rangers, so bear with me. I've just got family coming over tomorrow. I've got my mother coming over. My mother. I've got my mother coming over tomorrow with a few bits and pieces. And I think it'll be an 85 shirt in the video because Wham didn't exist for very long. No, it's just QPR have massively underachieved. They've been a Premier League side, they've been a Division One side, they've spent most of their existence in the top two tiers of English football. They've won silverware. They have won silverware, and I will do a QPR video. Um, will a club in England, well, let's just say, because technically, I will say this, Queen's Park, no, it's Queen of the South, sorry, or is it Queen's Park in Scotland? Their home ground's Hampden Park. Um, drop that little tidbit in there. And that's a big stadium. I'm going to say will a stadium in the UK have a club team in it that gets close to Man United 75. I think Man United is actually closer. I think it's actually 79. But Man United is the biggest stadium. With the money that's gone into Newcastle, St James's Park. St James's Park, there's a lot of room for expansion. Obviously, Everton are planning to build their new stadium. I think they've broken ground on the Liverpool docks a few months ago. Honestly, it depends. It honestly depends. I think Anfield, they're going to do some work to Anfield and expanding the capacity in situ, like they did before. They're going to build around that's already there. I think so. I think so. It's a difficult one. I wouldn't say Southampton are the definition of a mid-table team. I think they're a solid mid-table side, yes, but they've had flashes where they've looked pretty decent in their time. What's the most underachieving club in England as of right now? Any club that hasn't won silverware. I'm going to say Spurs, because the amount of money they've spent. Uh, I would say Palace and Brighton have overachieved, for example. Um, and Southampton, they've been to cup finals recently. So Southampton have been to quite a few. I've been to, I think Southampton been to two cup finals in my lifetime. Um, and a pretty solid side. I would say in the Premier League it's either Spurs or Everton. Historically, Birmingham, with the club histories that I've done, massively underachieved as a club historically, and that's looking at their entire existence. Um, Sunderland, no, they haven't underachieved. Let's have a look at Sunderland historically. What they because Sunderland have done a lot in their history. Sunderland in recent times, yes, but that's because they've been badly run. I've got a guy. Now you make me go through me pissing notes. I don't like doing this. Sunderland, they've won 9 major trophies. Shit. They've won 8 big trophies, and if you add the EFL trophy, they've won 9 major honours. So no, Sunderland, I don't think have underachieved historically. Recently, yes. Historically, no. Watford are one of those. Watford are definitely one. They've come close. Worst FA Cup final defeat in history. Worst cup final defeat in history, actually, because it makes Bradford City's one, which was the record, look good. Palace, no, I think Palace have won a League Cup. If I'm not mistaken. I'm going to have to look at Crystal Palace. I think Palace have beaten more finals. Newcastle in living memory, yes. Historically, no. Newcastle have won things, and they have been to 2 cup finals in my lifetime in the late '90s. So I'm not going to knock Newcastle for their near misses 20 odd years ago. What's my stance on clubs playing outside their own nation's league? Well, Monaco doesn't have a league, and Liechtenstein FC Vaduz will batter their opposition all the time and are constantly in the Swiss league system for a reason. Because technically, after you go to the Swiss third tier, Vaduz will go back into the Liechtenstein, so it actually is a merged league system. I'm assuming you're talking about like clubs like Berwick Rangers in Scotland and Cardiff and Swansea and Wrexham and Newport County and Merthyr. Is it Merthyr Tydfil? It is Merthyr Tydfil Town playing in the English system because they're the biggest Welsh clubs. Their own league cannot sustain them, and Berwick is for geographical reasons because they're actually closer to Edinburgh than Newcastle. The distance between Newcastle and Edinburgh, they're closer to Scottish league clubs than English league clubs, so it's just a geographical to save them money. And the Scottish Football League allowed them, and the English Football League suggested they do it. So make of that what you will. Derry play in Ireland, but that's political. Let's not get into Derry City and the politics behind it, because I try and keep politics off because that's to do with the troubles in Northern Ireland and a political settlement. And Derry's a board, and Derry's technically a border city, and or London Derry. I even though I'm British, I call London Derry Derry. So there you go. London Derry. It goes by 2 names. I actually call it Derry. I think Londonderry actually is sort of offensive to the people of the city, considering the history. You have to understand the history and the political situation with that club. Colwyn Bay, yeah, it's finance for them. Chester City, technically their arse end of their stadiums in Wales, but yeah, a stand and a half is in Wales. Whoever was on the COVID situation was hilarious. I laugh at that because no one's got any common sense because the company's registered in England, the club's registered in England, and it's part of the stadiums in Wales, but it's the part of the stadium where the frigging car park is. So the access to the stadium is in Wales. You couldn't make that shit show up. That was laughable looking back on it, but at the time it was well, looking at the way the British government and the devolved governments have dealt with COVID, it's been laughable, and not in a good way. Again, I try and keep politics off this channel and leave that for the other channel. Imagine clubs like Newtown and Barlow on a day out for Jesus Christ. No fans would get on. And also getting there. I mean, Barlow is in, if I'm not incorrect. Barla, because again, I'm a railway nut. Barla town. Uh, I like steam trains, and the steam train stopped going to Barla town in the 60s. Back in there. Getting to Barla would be an absolute nightmare. And it's a seaside town, so everyone's going to be having candy floss and fish and chips and lager and fighting on the seafront because that's what English football fans do. Um, getting there would be a nightmare. It would be it would be a fantastic weekend away though, but really wouldn't advise. Burnley, no, that was just Lancashire. You got that because back in day, you had those railway excursions. Where like mill owner would put on back holiday trip for you and your lads to go down coast. I have to do that Burnley. Burnley, it was more Accrington. I think it's more Accrington, Darwin. Accrington, Burnley. Fuck off. Although I will say this, Shameless is based actually on a council estate in Birmingham, not Greater Manchester. That's why the accent is mate poverty history, cheaper drugs now is more of a Burnley. Um, New Saints, Welsh League attendances are dire. Are you going to do a brief history of folded clubs like Rushden and Diamonds, Hereford United, and Chester City? Well, Hereford and Chester have already fought. Rushden and Diamonds is the one that I think stands out for me. But all three of them were relegated out of the Football League and then went bust. So the one that I could do, but I want to do as many of the Football League clubs that are currently in the Football League right now and the Premier League. And then I'll get onto clubs like Northwich Victoria and Yeovil Town, that because they're different. Because Yeovil starts off in the non-league, the most successful non-league club, gets the championship and then crashes out. And then you've got Northwich Victoria, one of the second 12 to enter the league with the Football Alliance teams joining in 1892, being a Football League club and no longer being a football club. Carnarvon Town, another one. So I want to get through as many of the Football League and Premier League clubs that I can. And we'll figure out something. And I will do in Lancashire accent with but get down colour lad. The thing is, jokes aside, the New Saints and the Welsh League, the Welsh League attendances are bad. Same with the Welsh Premiership Rugby as well. Welsh attendances outside of the four outside of like Cardiff, Swansea, Newport County, and Wrexham. Colwyn Bay, is it Colwyn Bay or is it is Merthyr Tydfil. It is Merthyr Tydfil's got no money. Outside of the 4 or 5 clubs that continue to play in the English system, attendances are absolutely shocking. There is no money in the game. That's why Cardiff and Swansea and Wrexham and Newport play in the English league system because there's more money. Gretna have reformed as well, and Gretna is the Setanta ITV digital. That's the fallout from ITV digital. I got asked the question, how big was the fallout for the ITV digital collapse? It led to the rise of Setanta, which is still going in Europe, by the way. Setanta as a name and as a company still exists. It's just Setanta in the UK failed. And Gretna, let's go Gretna. Let's go up North Morecambe Bay. Let's go a weekend out. You know what I mean, love? It's best we can do on gyro. And okay, right, again, what questions? The tendencies in Welsh League are terrible. The National League playoff system, Wrexham. Well, look, Torquay have been down there too long. Notts County, Southend. There's some big clubs in the National League, but if you look at my history of the Football League, they've absorbed various leagues along the way. They've absorbed the National Football Alliance. They've absorbed the Southern League. And technically bits of the Northern League. They've absorbed the Southern Counties League. Like, you look at the clubs that and the leagues that have been absorbed by the growth of the Football League. And those clubs that were formed before the Football League's formed that spend a lot of time outside the Football League. The Football League became the monolith it is today. in the sense of the 92. And then promotion relegation only, I think, was confirmed, I think, in the 60s. When Accrington were thrown out and Oxford United brought in, which is the turning point, they actually decided, hang on a sec, we've got some clubs that have, you know, that are old, that have been around a while, that can definitely compete in the Football League system. So they brought in promotion relegation to the non-league. Um, and so yeah, you could argue the playoff system but you could argue the playoff system's flawed anyway in general, and there have been criticisms throughout the Football League's existence about the playoff structure rather than the top three should go up, the bottom three should go down. You know, why you reward because you're disadvantaging a team that's been reasonably successful for a team that hasn't been great in the regular season. That in a handful of games can win those 3 games or whatever it is, or 4 games, how many games you've got to play, get in, and then within a season they're back down again. Hence why, for example, Norwich went up automatically, but you get those yo-yo clubs. So the playoff system, relegation system, as we currently have, the current format has been criticised. It should be 3 up, 3 down, in my opinion, for all leagues. But we'll see. If Cardiff and Swansea were in the Welsh League, what sort of tendency would they wouldn't? It would kill them. It would kill them. But taking them out of the Welsh League system is what's killed the Welsh League system, for example. Not having the 2 biggest, and even Wrexham and Newport are big places as well. Not having some of the biggest urban areas with professional sides in your system. That would be the argument against taking Celtic and Rangers, Hearts and Hibs, for example, maybe Motherwell and Aberdeen out of the Scottish League system and putting them in the English League system, is because it will kill Scottish football. The Welsh is the example. How many tickets have been sold for the National League playoff final? Don't have a clue. Don't have a clue. But I would have thought we've seen some pretty big playoff. The fact though is this: Grimsby have been a Football League club, but they're not a massive club with stadium size. Solihull Moors have only been a team for what, 13, 14 years. I don't think there's going to be great crowd numbers for that one. If that was like Notts County versus Wrexham, you're getting 50, 60,000. As it is, we'll see what the crowd attendance is like. We'll see what the attendance is like. We'll see what the game's like. I'm not going to knock the team. I'm not going to knock Solihull Moors or Grimsby Town for doing what they've done. I'm not against a new club being formed like Solihull. I think Solihull as an area of Birmingham deserves something professionally. But Grimsby haven't covered themselves in glory by not being consistent enough when they have been in the Football League. So Grimsby are one of those clubs. That's another yo-yo club. Historically, between the Football League and the non-league in their history, and not being consistent and stable enough in the Football League. So I would have preferred Wrexham. In saying that, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens on the day. And I've got nothing against Solihull, and I think they are trying to grow their brand, and they're trying to grow as a club. And I have nothing against Solihull doing it. And if they were, you can have Forest Green Rovers. They ain't got a fan base. They played a small village in Gloucestershire, and they're in League One now. So it is doable. I think I like it when I see new teams, give it a go, and smaller teams, those underdogs, because they can then build that fan base and attract new fans. And Solihull is a large area in Birmingham. It's not a small area, and the West Midlands is part of the reason we have the Football League. Aston Villa is the main reason why if it wasn't for Aston Villa's chairman writing to the other 11 clubs that went to those 2 meetings, we don't have the Football League. We have the Football Alliance instead. And the entire direction that the game takes with the rules and what we see today would be completely different. Forest Green Rovers, they're not sustainable. Their owner's a lunatic as well. Their owner's a small time Bond villain. I don't like their owner. Oh, you've got to be vegan to play for. Fuck off. It's against employment rights. We'll see how Forest Green do in League One next season, but I can see it being another Yeovil town, except without the fan base. Because I don't know what Forest Green's actual fan base is like for registered season, because they kind of many. As such, I mean, the only we'll see what happens with Forest Green Rovers. I've got nothing against the club itself. I'm just not a massive fan of their owner. And his alleged squeaky clean image. He's not. His company's atrociously terrible. Um, um, and you've got to be vegan. You've got to be like, to join the club and all this bullshit. Can't stand it. Cannot stand it. Yeah, but we'll see. I've got no, as I say, I've got nothing against Forest Green Rovers. But I can't see them doing much. To be honest, they just haven't got the fan base to build. Halifax Town. I remember Halifax Town, and the rugby league team as well. I mean, Halifax has been decimated, sporting wise. Milton Keynes Dons. Now, the situation behind that was the owner back at the time. They had issues with Plough Lane. They couldn't play in their home stadium. They were sharing Sellers Park with Crystal Palace attendances. There was one point where they got 893 fans at a game. Fans were boycotting because of the owner. The owner did this American style model and went, I'm moving to Milton Keynes. Now, that split the fan base massively. Milton Keynes, the locals, are bought in. And the AFC fans set up their own club. It's what it is. I wouldn't say Forest Green are plastic. I just think they are your non-league, regional non-league team that play in the Southern Counties Third Division, for example, or the Gloucestershire League, who somehow managed to work their way through the non-league system. Fair play to them, and they've got an owner with some backing. Fair play to them, and they're now in the Football League, and they've made a success of it. So you can't knock them for the players, what the players have done on the field. The players have done their job, but um, I can't see Forest Green getting past League One. I can't see them staying in League One, to be honest. I can see them getting relegated. And I wouldn't say Yeovil will go out of business. Yeovil got too much of a fan base, um, but when you see clubs like Dover Athletic and the problems they're facing, and what you see what's happened with Chester, Halifax, and Hereford, and Rushton Diamonds gone, Scarborough gone, Darlington. When you see what's happened to other ex-Football League clubs and some other big non-league clubs, it is concerning. And I think Oldham will be the next one to go out of business and reform. Bury. There is problems, and we've discussed this to death before, but there are problems with the game, with the sport, or with sport in general, but with football, with the way the money and everything's unbalanced, and the way the money's distributed, and how the TV deal structure from what it was to what it is now, where the percentage of the money goes, is they've definitely got it wrong. The lower leagues are punished for being the lower leagues. Not only Luton Town, Yeovil's done it as well. Yeovil and Luton Town have done it. Luton Town is an interesting one because they've actually won silverware. Luton Town won silverware. I'm going to have to do a video on Luton Town. Going to have to do a video on Luton. Luton. Got to do a video on Luton because they've won silverware, and they're actually a lot older than people realise as a club. Obviously, they're most known for the Millwall Luton riot in '81, but they actually had their own little bit of cup success in there, and they have been a very decent Football League side over their time. And another club that's gone under the radar. I wasn't amazed at Yeovil's rise, to be honest. I was more surprised with their fall. I was more surprised with their tumble rather than their rise up. I was more surprised with their, what I would call, the England batting collapse, and then their fall. In regards to Scarborough, again, that's bad ownership. Do I think they'll restructure the Football League? There have been calls to bring what is currently the National League, uh, well, at least the top National League, into the Football League structure. Yes, because actually it makes the Football League more powerful because it means they have more members and it actually strengthens the PFA, the Professional Football Players Association. So the players will definitely vote for it because it strengthens their hand. And It actually strengthens the Football League because they've got more members, so it gives the clubs more power as well, ironically. So there have been calls to bring the National League into the Football League structure simply because at this point, um, there are so many professional clubs in the National League now. 20, 25 years ago, there was maybe one or two. My old next door neighbour, a guy called Mike Warner, he used to play for Stevenage and Farnborough Town. He had a stint at Northampton Town as a younger player. A brief spell as actually a full time professional before he dropped down. He was playing for Farnborough Town when he was my next door neighbour initially, and his day job was a delivery driver for Coca Cola. So he would go around all the little restaurants and cafes and drop off, truck stops and things, and drop off the Coca Cola in his little Ford Escort Coca Cola van. And the Coca Cola was sponsoring. Who were they sponsoring? Were they sponsoring the Football League? I think at the time at one point, and he would get free tickets and all that. And at the time he was playing, Farmer had a cup run, and they played Arsenal at Highbury, and his job was to man Mark Vieira and kick the living out of him. And he's also on Football Manager as well as a player, as one of the players. He ended up getting a transfer from Farnborough to Stevenage, and Farnborough. The reason why Farnborough Town are struggling these days and didn't make the Football League is they overextended themselves by going professional too soon. But he went to Stevenage Borough, which is now just Stevenage, when they were called Stevenage Borough, and the ownership and the management were like, "We want to hear some professional contracts." Now, the year they decided to go fully professional was his last season in football. His knees, which he had double by the age of 33, he had both his knees replaced, so his career was done. Um, but yes, I used to have a professional football player living next door, and Stevenage Borough turned professional and ended up in the Football League. That was about crikey, how far back are we going? I moved out of the house in 2004. That was 18 years ago. And Mike moved out in 2003, 2002. So, yeah, 20 years ago is when what is now the National League, the conference, a lot of the clubs decided when the Football League club dropped down, like a Torquay United, they would generally bounce reasonably back quite quickly. What we're now seeing is because a lot of the teams in the National League are now professional, when a club gets relegated from the Football League, they don't bounce back within a season or two. Hence why Wrexham and Notts County, although Notts County back in the Football League, I can't remember, Southend, Stockport County, a lot of these clubs that were long-time Football League clubs, Grimsby, have spent so long in the National League is because the National League, what was the conference, went professional, basically. In the last 20 years, all the clubs went, we're going to pay you professional wages. And that's actually now extending into National League North and South, which is why it's now harder. So that's why there's the growing call to bring the National League into the Football League fold. It's a proposal, it hasn't been ratified yet, it has to be voted on. And fan groups saying it's basically just a bigger version of the Super League format because historical coefficient can work for clubs even if they haven't been successful. So it actually punishes clubs for being successful right now, rather than clubs that haven't been successful for a long time suddenly getting put in for what reason. So it's and they're expanding it. I don't like it. It's a complicated system as well, which is why the North American playoff structure I don't like. While I do agree that my version would be going back to straight knockouts. The champions of each domestic UEFA sanctioned National League, in my opinion, should appear in the Champions League, like the old European Cup. The UEFA Cup should go to like a League Cup or an FA Cup winner, for example, or the second place finisher. You bring back the Cup Winners' Cup, which would be the Conference League, basically. Um, or the UEFA Cup could be the Cup winners, or the Europa League could be the Cup winners domestically, and the Conference League could be the runners-up, for example, in the domestic top-flight leagues. That would be my personal format. I would go back to the pre 1997 Champions League format. I would bring back Cup Winners' Cup, and if you want to name it, the Conference League, and I would, the UEFA Cup format again pre-group stages. But that's my way of doing it. You get actually more teams in Europe, but ironically play less games, so less fixture congestion. You don't play those dead um, group rubbers. Group game rubbers that mean nothing, where players get unnecessarily injured and suspended. You also then reduce the amount of fixture congestion that you have. When you've got players like Kevin De Bruyne going, like, this Nations League just feels like over glorified friendlies. It's just extra games we don't need. He's right in that criticism. He's played over 60 odd games this season, or his club has. And they mentioned when Liverpool and Real Madrid were playing that, or was it Liverpool and Chelsea, that they'd both played in excess of 60 games in a season. And a lot of that was to do with their European exploits and their cup exploits. Get rid of group stages in Europe. I've never had any nation. I only follow. I don't really follow the qualifiers. I will be following the playoff for Wales versus Ukraine Sunday. I will be watching that and doing a review on that. But I don't really pay much attention to the Euro qualifiers or the World Cup qualifiers. I don't really like friendlies. I like tournament sport, really, if I'm being honest. Which is why I like, the FA Cup, because it's free to air and it's on the iPlayer and it's accessible. But I've never had it. The way they sold the Nations League, it was in a reaction to fans going, "We've had enough of friendlies. We hate them." It was a reaction to players going, "I don't want to play for my national side." So you don't have the best players on display necessarily, because the club go, "He's injured, he's ill," but in reality, he's still training with his teammates. The club don't want to lose him to a friendly where it's pointless. Um, they didn't sell it very well, in my opinion. I've got mixed reviews on it. If it is, I mean, yeah, the way that, because they've expanded the Euros, it does sort of impact qualification for seedings in qualification groups and seedings for and can impact qualifiers. And I get that, but I think what the Nations League could be is in between a World Cup Euro cycle. That's your qualifying competition. That's your qualifying competition for the next tournament. That's how it should really be. They could format it slightly differently. Have your same qualifying groups, bang, and if you've got to have that playoffs, bang, and you can do that in the summer when a World Cup Euro cycle would be. The games mean everything then. What they've done is add further congestion, further fixture pile up, and play. So I think there was one Spanish player last year. He was a young player in the squad. I think he was the youngest player in the Spain squad last year. He played about 70 odd league games before and then you add on his Euros games, about 70 odd games. He hadn't missed a game all season. Now, yeah, you go, oh, he's young, he can do it. That is a lot of mental, not just physical, but mental fatigue for a very young athlete, a very young man to deal with, and a lot of high pressure and a lot of focus, which I don't think is fair. I think it's unfair on Wales now. World Cup qualifiers in between the Nations League games. Again, it's to do with the Ukraine. The Ukraine situation's had a part to play when these Scotland, Ukraine, and Wales, Ukraine games are being played. We know that, but at the same time, delaying the Euros by a year because they didn't want to play with no fans in attendance, because they could have done that. They could have done that. Let's be honest. It's UEFA wanting to go, we want the money. They could have gone with playing in one nation where they're in a bubble. The Euros was about the money, and getting as much money back as possible. They could have played that in 2020. They could. Let's be honest. They could have gone, right, the league seasons aren't taking place. Null and void it. We're playing this in the August in a bubble situation, or July, August, because it was clear and obvious that that could have been a slot filled. And then you sort of figure out the league seasons following that. What UEFA have done is gone, we want to make as much money as possible. And the clubs proved they were cooking the books financially anyway, so they've got themselves to blame for their financial mess, because you have to ask where all the TV money's gone. And in France's case, the TV money's not coming in because they don't have a TV deal anymore because it collapsed. But you do have to ask the question quite seriously about the situation with the clubs. Is they've had all this money for years, you know, selling the TV rights, you know, merchandise rights, Champions League, Europa League, the World Cup, decades. Where has all the money gone? Why are Valencia, you know, basically bankrupt? Why are Barcelona and Real Madrid in over 2 billion in debt combined? You know, where's all this money gone? Do I think Belgium can win the World Cup? Well, they've failed so far, and I think they've got a weaker team now than what they did 4 years ago. So there you go. FIFA or Pro Evo, I haven't played either for over a decade. I couldn't care less. As a kid, it was Pro Evo, actually. It was more enjoyable. There were other games like UEFA Striker or This Is Soccer. Or This Is Football, depending on where you were in the world, how it was branded. There were other football games other than FIFA and Pro Evo, but I found Pro Evo more funny and easier to play as well. A window of qualifiers, yeah. That's have a proper qualifying tournament in the years in between the Euros and World Cup. There you go. That solves all the international problems. You don't have any of those pointless qualifiers. What countries will do well in the conditions in Qatar? I would say conditions-wise, or the timing of the year, because those leagues that play summer leagues or Southern Hemisphere, like the A League, MLS, and the Scandinavian leagues, I think are going to those like Canada, the US, Australia, Mexico. Those nations are surprisingly, I think, going to do rather well. And the South American nations, I think, again, people are going to be surprised by how well the South American nations do. I think it's the most open tournament. Conditions wise, they're all going to struggle. I think the Aussie players and the Mexican players and some of the South American players, and some of the African players may be adjusting better to the heat, humidity than some of the other teams. But uh, we'll see what happens there. You don't like the 2014 format? Well, actually, several World Cups have had the 2014 format, like USA '94. USA. I didn't mind that. It's just how they work out the third team in the at the group stage, getting through to the next round. There is that. Is 20 too many for the Rugby World Cup? Are we talking Rugby League World Cup or Rugby Union World Cup? Because I like. I want to see the international game grow. Our union, there are issues with the money side of the sport, but there are some tier 2 and tier 3 nations that have massively improved because of the expanded World Cup formats over the years since 1987. Expanding the World Cup format has definitely improved the quality of the mid to lower levels. I would say the tier 1 nations are all too generic now and overcoached, so I prefer rugby league. But in rugby league, a World Cup is also being expanded. So, do I think it's too many? Time will tell. Time will tell. There you go. Do I think the Football World Cup misses Italy? Best teams have got to qualify. Didn't qualify, did they? And England haven't been at World Cups before, and the Dutch haven't been at World Cups before. So, does it should have qualified? I know it's easier said than done. There were reasons why fixture pile up, fatigue of players, various things, but you know, is what it is. A history of Liverpool and a history of Chelsea. Chelsea have actually won trophies before. They had the Abramovich era, by the way, just not many. So the history video on Chelsea will be here's the success, and then Abramovich, and we'll no. They did have a few trophies before Abramovich. It's they had a league title in 1970, and or was it 71? I know they had a league title in the 70s, and I think they had an FA Cup and a League Cup in there before Abramovich. They didn't have a lot of silverware, and yeah, you can laugh at Chelsea all you want, but the problem was with Chelsea um, was the fact that they had no money. They had stadium issues and money issues for a very, very, very long time, from about the 60s, from about, say, the 60s, 70s onwards till now. They've had money issues. They're not a profitable club for some reason, which I find really surprising considering the affluent area of West London they're based in. Plus, you've got the catchment area of Fulham as a football club, literally 800 metres down the road, and then you've got Brentford around the corner as well. So, and QPR, so they're in a very congested part of West London. Man City, they have a history before 2008. They just didn't win a trophy for 36 years. And you can say the pre-Sheikh Mansour era, the Sheikh Mansour era. And you can see the difference of before money ruins football, after money ruins football. Will Ajax ever win the European Cup again? I think, as in Feyenoord, Roma, I think they'll probably more likely win a lesser European competition first. They'll win a European trophy again, whether European Cup or Champions League. That all depends on the quality of the Dutch league and possibly the new UEFA spending rules. I think that's going to have an impact with some of these. They need to look at the UEFA coefficient and the way they structure the Champions League. It's funny that France are defending World Cup champions and they're struggling with a TV deal in their own league. Yeah, because domestically in France, a lot of sports are popular. Pro cycling, rugby union, rugby league, ice hockey, motorsport, and that's the difference culturally in France is how what people like. And ironically, the best players don't play in France. The best French players play overseas. It's all very complicated. Well, Juventus, we don't know who's going to win. What's going to happen from one season to the next. People say, "Oh, this team's going to dominate for a long period of time," then the dominance suddenly stops. Why does everyone think every league outside the Premier League isn't good? Because our football fans are much like Americans. They're ignorant, arrogant, and rude. Hence why we're hated. That's why I've got to look at the Italian and the French leagues as well, and Spanish football, and prove that there is some interesting stuff out there. There is some interesting clubs. I think the second or third football club history video I did was Borussia Mönchengladbach. My God, they were a good side in the 70s. They won a lot of trophies. They won more trophies than Bayern Munich actually in the 70s. It's not everyone. It's just that most football fans, are what I call plastics, parasites, and they believe football didn't exist before 1992. So anything that happened before 1992 isn't important to them. And they live in the social media and the internet era where it's almost victimless abuse online. You can get away with it because there hardly ever any. No one ever really gets banned. Sassuolo, yeah, no, Sassuolo are definitely like the Empoli, which were back in the day. They're the Empoli of this decade. Or they're the Hellas Verona or anything like that. Yeah, if Sassuolo do that, that'd be amazing. They win like the Italian Cup or anything like that. That would be positive, I think, for Italian football. Liverpool, Man City, Bayern Munich, PSG, Real Madrid, Barca, Juventus, Atletico, Dortmund are all the best. PSG can't win anything in Europe. Dortmund run out of money, hence why they sell their best players. Juventus are crooks. Bayern Munich nick all the other German players. Real Madrid and Barcelona have debt to their eyeballs. Man City have got oil money. Well, oil is still important, but it depends on the price of oil. They could be, out of business next week. And Liverpool, the most hated club other than Real Madrid because their fans can't behave. I wouldn't say they're the greatest teams, they're the best teams in the world. They're probably the most hated teams. I think Dortmund are probably the most loved team on that list. Every league is talked down apart from La Liga. Empoli are still in Serie A. Why doesn't anyone talk about the Brazilian league? Huge clubs. Because A, the TV deal for Europe is crap, and B, the best Brazilian players, or the high-profile Brazilian players, are playing in Europe because money. South American football is fucking brilliant. Their fans are lunatics. The skill, the culture there is still 1970s style, very open, flair-based, not overcoached, free-flowing, attacking, fun football with the added attitude of defenders would still try and break your leg, and there's still that undercurrent of hate. And I look. It depends what country in Europe you're in, but South American football is great fun to watch. Absolutely, it's entertaining. It's a complete difference. It's just a different stuff. It is like going into a time machine and watching it. But the best players get pinched. They come over here. They get the flair coached out of them. They become more. It's less structured. There you go. It's the play is less structured. It's like the MLS. Um, it is just fun to watch because you're not seeing this over-structured, over-coached play. The coaches put the best players in those positions in their positions and let them get on with it, pretty much. And the fans are insane. The atmosphere is just constant noise. There's a fair few riots, and when they riot in South America, it's almost like a military coup. And a revolution starts, and then the government collapses, and then suddenly you've got a military junta the next day. No, I'm not joking on that. A bit of tongue in cheek, but no, South American football's absolutely fantastic. So is the MLS. To be fair, I like the MLS. I like the Mexican league. It's so refreshing seeing. It is like going back in time. It is like going back to the 70s and 80s and going, this is just end to end. There's defending. What's that? It's quite literally very open, high scoring. It's not just Boca Juniors, River Plate. There's some big clubs in Buenos Aires. You've got some very very. You've got Boca Juniors, River Plate. You've got Newell's Young Boys. There's big, Boca River Plate is club. Buenos Aires is it's just but River Plate, Boca Juniors is two of the big clubs down there, but they're not the only two clubs down there. Racing club. Yeah, there's the reason why is River Plate and Boca are the most well known is Diego Maradona played for Boca Juniors, and River Plate. I think it was Mario Kempes played for River Plate, and they play in the same colours as Valencia, and he was allowed to go to Valencia. Oh God, their rivalry is on another level, entirely. River, I think I've done a history on Boca Juniors. I need to do a history on River Plate, and Corinthians, Flamingo. Is it Flamengo or Fluminense or something? Some of the Brazilian and Argentinian and Uruguayan clubs. Yeah, the Chileans, they've got um, yeah, it's just some of the the football. You just have to see the footage. It is ridiculous. Some of the quality down in South America, and it's very open. Defending is not a thing. Defenders will just scythe you down, but that defender will be able to do 17 step overs, a flick over his head, and volley it from 40 yards, because that's what South American football is all about: is that technical skill. And then you've got those flair players, and the flair player could be the bloody centre back. Rene Higuita, I mean, come on, the guy was a goalkeeper, was actually equally adept in midfield alongside Valderrama. It was ridiculous. Um, and yeah, no, you couldn't make it up. I think Europe, Associo Chapecoense de Football. Yeah. Now, there are some fantastic clubs in Brazil and Argentina and Uruguay and Ecuador and Colombia and Chile and Peru. It's just uh, the thing is, yes, we can understand the history behind Boca Juniors and River Plate and Flamengo and Corinthians and all that, and Newell's Young Boys and Juventud and I could list them off. You know, General Belgrano, yes, that is a team, and they play in La Plata, um, which isn't Buenos Aires, but it's nearby. I could go on to till death. Will I be watching any of the England games coming up? I'm not a fan of the Nations League, and the Channel 4 website is notoriously shit for live feed, and it crashes and it's full of bugs. So no. And I'll be back at work anyway, so I've had this week off. Hence why the amount of content I posted this week, just to give the channel some content. So next week when I'm posting less content, there's still stuff up there for people to view. While I back at work. Um, and no, it's not. It's not. I'll be watching the women's Euro. I'll be probably watching women. I'll be watching the women's Euros because we're hosting it. But I've got an insect bite on my leg and it's fucking itchy. But no, I won't be watching the Nations League games because I haven't been sold on the format. I'm not. I wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning, like Monday to Friday. I've slept half the day today before. I fell asleep at like lunchtime, woke up at like 7:30. I'm like, shit. I did a couple of videos. Thought I'll watch the rugby league match. I watched the Panthers Canterbury Bulldogs game, Penrith Panthers game, and I fell asleep. So, and that was a good game apparently. So, yeah, I've slept for most of the day, so I'm now wide awake. But no, jokes aside, I wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning when I'm at work, and my work day. I start at 6, but I get into the depot at like let's say 5, 5:15. Um, and yeah, so but I'm generally done by lunchtime, early afternoon. But yeah, I have early starts, so I thought I'd do as much content as possible while I've got this week. I've booked holiday. Get as much content up as possible, so that when I'm at work like next week, and I might be doing a video here, a video there, drip feeding videos. I've got content up on the channel, keep you guys entertained. I'll be doing some more content, over the tomorrow and Sunday, and then I'll probably do a video a night um, until the Women's Euros start. And then the Women's Euros starts, I'll try and catch as many games as possible for the Women's Euros and go from there. Yeah, I think the Nations League format, I understand the principle behind keeping internationals as competitive as possible and getting rid of the pointless friendlies. But the argument comes we're getting those warm up friendlies for tournaments. We don't have that for the World Cup this year. The Premier League stops a week before our first match against the US. in Qatar. Would you rather work night and have the day off, or work day and have the evening night off? I've done both, and it does make it hard for this thing to make me money and get monetized. I would rather do this all day, to be honest. Um, 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 but I, this is the problem, and this is where I think sports fail to realise. The fans that buy the tickets, buy the merchandise, go to tournaments. You know, for me, it was lucky I got this week off, but I'm not going to be able to get any time off later in the summer. That's the problem. Because a lot of my other colleagues do have kids and grandkids, and of course, the school holidays, it's harder. So they've already booked July and August. I will be lucky to get any more time off before the Rugby League World Cup starts. So I'm going to be working most of the summer, which is frustrating as hell. Frustrating as hell. So it's hard for me to watch as much sport as I would like. And that's generally where in the summer I take a week or two and I go, what, I'm not doing any content. And that's been noticeable over many years that in August I'm hanging out with my mates. There you go. You would rather get rid of the Nations League. I think I would rather have it as the qualifying tournament for the next tournament. That's the way to solve the international problem. And then you just have a couple of warm-up matches before the tournaments. But you wait for it again. It's all about that. But the Nations League format was pre-COVID, so you can't say COVID's the reason why the Nations League exists. There was just a lot of criticism going into the Russia World Cup about the amount of friendlies that were being played in the club country debate. So UEFA come in going, okay, we'll figure this out. English and Italian World Cup. Italy got spanked. Would I say I have fair pay? When we're talking about pay, I don't want to talk about economics and political, social things because that's a thing for the other channel. I would say that top flight professional sports globally, and it's not just European football, they're overpaid. I think the wage inflation we've seen in professional sport over the last 30 years is obscene and is one of the reasons why it's getting more and more expensive for us, the fans. World Cup every 2 years. My thoughts on that? Well, in ice hockey, they have a World Championship every year, and they have done the IIHF every year, and that is a thing, and that hasn't changed, and it works with their sport and their format. But it's a different sport. So with football, it will affect the other sanctioned competitions like the Copa America and the Euros. I know that Africa Cup of Nations is now on a 2-year cycle. It has been for a long time. But you have to remember most of the top flight professionals, if they're not playing in Europe, they're playing in South America. And that's just frozen, which means my internet's gone. And yeah, sorry about the lag there. No, I don't like it either, but it is only a proposal. FIFA, I am still live. My screen froze up, so I'm having issues on my end. It seems with my connection, not yours. I don't like the proposal either. It's a proposal. It again hasn't been voted on. FIFA have now shut that down quite quickly with the. Basically, they were testing the water to see what the reaction would be, and the reaction was that was the reaction from fans and Europe and South America. They need to get Europe and South America on board because while the other confederations and other nations be like, yes, please, without your Brazils and Argentinas, your Englands, your Germanys, your Italys, your Spains, to a certain extent, your US and Canada, if you cannot get the biggest nations in the sport on side, you cannot sell that to the North American and the Asian markets because they want to see Brazil England World Cup final, for example. Basically, that's what people want to see. Is globally is England, we invented the sport, play Brazil in a World Cup final, or England Germany in a World Cup final, Brazil Argentina, or Uruguay do what they did in the past. They want to see the big South American nations and the big European nations play the final. That's what sells the game to the Japanese and Koreans. That's what sells the games to the US and the Canadians. And the next that um, so the 2 year cycle doesn't work because you can't get them nations on side. And without them as your selling product, your format is pointless. And so, yeah, Infantino and FIFA very quickly went, "Oh, it's only a proposal. It's only an idea. We're only doing some, thoughts. It's only like a bit of like a research project. It's not actually going to happen." And they suddenly changed their tune very quickly. I've got nothing against Arsene Wenger looking into the possibility of it and doing a feasibility study. Every organisation, every government, every you know transport, every industry does feasibility studies on changing the structures of their business model and the feasibility of like a project. Is it going to be cost effective? Should we do it this way? That how can we maximize our profit over loss? How much would it cost to put the infrastructure in place? How many people would it take to employ? How much would we have to? Feasibility studies are done all the time in industry. So yes, sport doing a feasibility study, not a problem. The way it became so public and the way it was seen that people were going to do it anyway, considering that they've still got tournaments up for tender for bidding, went down badly. And yeah, it didn't go very well at all. Um, and the Africa Cup of Nations, if you watched it in December, January, it wasn't a great tour. It was absolute quality, horrifically bad 4 or 5 months ago. That's I think what we're going to see in Qatar is a mid-season tournament, which isn't very good. Um, and Yeah. The microstate nations, what, competing at international level, I'm assuming, because some of them do quite well when it comes to individual sports like, Winter Olympics and Summer Olympics with individual athletes. Let's look at some of the Caribbean nations with some of their medals and sprinters and track and field athletes. I'm assuming you're talking about like San Marino, like, European qualifiers and World Cup qualifiers. If they're sanctioned by the governing body and they can put a team together, they should be allowed to compete. Whether they're any good, well, yeah, if they're sanctioned by a governing body and their nation is an affiliate member of that governing body or a sanctioned member, and they can put an international team together, they should be allowed to compete. Whether we agree on it or not, and think they're no hopers or not, if they can field a team and they are a member of the governing body as being a member state, they should be allowed to compete. Whether they qualify or not, or win a game or not, is completely irrelevant. The fact that Liechtenstein would batter San Marino every week is a problem, but it's the level that their players are playing at, and then that's an indictment on the Italian league system and the quality of the Italian league. Then at the lower levels and player development, because the top San Marino players, and there is a San Marino club in the Italian league, much like Liechtenstein in the Swiss league, that is an indictment then on the Italian development at the lower levels and the grassroots game. Because if you look at that San Marino squad, a lot of them play in Italy at various levels. And therefore, then the question comes about, developing the talent and improving the quality of the product in Italy. And lo and behold, Italy haven't qualified for the World Cup. How good would a united Yugoslavia be? Have you not seen the historic history of Yugoslav football? Because they were quite good back in the day. And then things got a bit shooty. It wouldn't happen. The hypotheticals of the team you could put on the field. Well, there's not. I don't think there's enough good Serbian players right now. And then there's not enough Slovenia with the Handanovic family of goalkeepers. You could have three pretty solid goalkeepers there from Slovenia. Croatia, I think, is the better footballing nation over Serbia. Um, yeah, it is what it is. Why can't you just play a cup somewhere like Japan, India, or Korea instead of Qatar? Um, we've done Japan. India is the height of their summer, boiling hot. Are you insane? India, you can't. The conditions aren't conducive because if you either have drought or monsoon, so you drown on the pitch, or you bake on the pitch. Um, why can't San Marino just bring in Italian players? Well, then that's again a flaw in the selection grandfather rule, isn't it? Grandparent rule. Um, no, because then it makes a mockery of international. If you give a special exemption for them, you might as well you might as well just scrap. Ireland again, it's the grandparent rule. You've got to be technically third generation. It's the grandparent rule. You've got to have at least one grandparent. And bearing in mind, in Ireland, there's a political situation with, you mentioned, Derry City. If you've got a grandparent who was Irish, or you were born in either the north or south, you automatically get both passports. Ireland is a political situation, but if you have a great grandparent from Ireland and you're over here, you're stuck. It has to be a grandparent minimum. That's the Declan Rice thing, isn't it? I think it was his granddad or grandmother was Irish, so and hence why he went through. And Kevin Kilbane could have played for England. He was born in Preston. He's a Preston lad by his dad being Irish. There you go. Jason McAteer played for Ireland. So then there's already the discussion about players with dual nationality and selection rules in other sports like rugby league and rugby union. Let's not make a mockery out of an already complicated situation because Diego Costa, he played 3 times for Brazil, ends up playing for Spain because of residency rules. And then he had not hit that limit because the 3 games he played for Spain weren't competitive, they were friendlies. So that there's already a debate. Yeah, again, he didn't hit the limit of competitive internationals. As soon as you play a competitive international, you can't. If it's friendlies, you can. And I think it's 3 is the limit or something. And you'd only played a handful of times. Again, the FIA, which is the Football Association of Ireland, doesn't have the bloody money. That's the problem. And you could talk to ex players like Matty Holland, ex Charlton captain, who was the captain of the 2002 side in Japan. And he's got the most middle class English accent you'll ever find. You are going back to those days, it's so. It is, yeah, Alfonso Davis born in Ghana, but he's born in Ghana, so he has the choice because he's first generation. That's the difference. Aaron Birchall played for Trinidad because he was born in Trinidad. His parents were both English, and he played for Port Vale. And that was his gateway to international football. He was just born on his parents' honeymoon. He was born on holiday. They weren't. He was a premature baby as well, Aaron Birchall, and he just so happened to be born in Trinidad. Hence why he played for Trinidad in the 2006 World Cup. Aaron Birchall. There's a random one. So the country of your birth. I mean, technically, on my birthday, if I was a football player, I could play for Germany because I was born in Germany. Regardless that I've got no citizenship, I was born there. So by virtue of the country I'm born in and my birth certificate, I can represent said country. So if my parents were on holiday in Jamaica and I was born in Jamaica whilst they were on holiday, I could do an Aaron Birchall. Hypothetically, it's like my cousins are half Italian. Not that I like them, but they could represent either Italy or England. And one was born in Italy, but 3 were born in England. So does that mean 3 of them can represent England and 1 can represent Italy? They can represent both because of the parentage rule. And this is where then suddenly it gets really complicated because Aaron Birchall's got nothing to do with Trinidad and Tobago. He just happened to be born there. Alfonso Davis, he does have a family connection with Ghana anyway, but hypothetically, he was born in Ghana for whatever reason, but he's been brought up in the UK. He's a British citizen. This is where it gets stupidly complicated. And then you get to like Jose Altidore. He's from Haiti, plays for the US. Yes, there's Wilfred Zaha, Democratic Republic of Congo, raised in the UK, but parentage from the Democratic Republic of Congo. Mark Schwarzer played for Australia, born in Germany. This is where it gets really, really, really complex when it comes to international selections, like where your parents from, where were you born. There are some. No, you have to have its grandparent. At least one grandparent has to come from the country you choose to represent, or you do it by residency, where you stay there for the minimum amount of time and get your residency permit. So if you've never represented any country before, and you've, let's say, been living in, let's say I lived in the US or Canada, and I made the residency and I became a citizen, I could go, right, can I represent this country now? And if they go, you need to get nationality by getting passport, like Australia, for example, you go, bye bye British passport, hello Australian, US, Canadian, Mexican, whatever. It's not if you're 1%, it's either grandparent, birth, residency. That's how the French national side rugby union it was formed. They had a lot of South Africans and Australians playing for them because of residency, um, which I was like, what? It's not because if you got 1%. No, no, it's grandparent, birth, or residency. So in Diego Costa's case, he's Brazilian, but he spent enough time in Spain to meet the residency. Emeric Laporte, he could play for France or Spain. And because he dithered, and because he's Basque as well, to play for Bilbao, but I had an argument with some idiot online about this, and I had to basically go, here's the thing with the Basque country, and he's like it's the same with Ireland. I had to explain the troubles in Northern Ireland and the separatist movement with ETA. I said because he's Basque, the Bilbao has a Basque only player policy. It was weird. If Scandinavia was a nation, they were once historically. Um, they're already pretty. Sweden and Norway and Denmark are already pretty good, and even Finland now are pretty decent at international sport. Do not allow them to unite because they'll win every ice hockey gold medal at the Olympics. Your great uncle, not necessarily. It has to be a grandparent, not a grandparent sibling. So just because your grandparent sibling has the residency or the nationality doesn't mean your grandparent necessarily does. It's weird that. Just don't ask because your grandparent may have gone, I was born there, but I gave up my citizenship before nationhood because obviously colonialism and all that. I've got a British passport, and your grandparent may never have lived in Canada. So there's weird things when it comes to international selection rules. Um, if Ronaldo at that point, yes, if he had claimed the residency, but he'd already represented Portugal at that point, and he was born on Madeira, he played in the youth system, and by the time I think yeah, I think there's also technically yes, if he had decided by residency rule to go, I've decided I'm going to choose to represent England, and the FA had seriously considered that. They tried to get Manuel Munoz to play for England, even though he's Spanish. So there you go. Ronaldo depends what happens this summer. It honestly depends what happens this summer with the clear out. With Juan Mata now leaving on for nothing, Pogba leaving for nothing, and Matic leaving for nothing. I think Cavani's on the way out. Um, I think he retires this summer. I think I don't know who's going to be willing in Europe to pay his wages, considering his poor return this season. And he wasn't great at the Euros last year, so that was warning signs to United. Why are you picking up a guy who can barely run? Not going to lie. Um, yes, he scored a lot of penalties for Portugal last summer, but he didn't play well, and it was noticeable. Same with Pogba, and United still signed him. And I'm like, what? It's like Messi with PSG. He's barely done anything this season. No, I don't think he goes to Real Madrid. They're not linked with him um, in any way. I'm surprised that players like Messi, Ronaldo, Collini, for example. Buffon's now playing for Parma, and he still wants to go another year. I'm surprised some of these players haven't gone to the MLS a season or two ago, COVID notwithstanding, to wind down their careers and help boost, the domestic league over there. But then people will say, but they're in it for the cash. But then Ibrahimovic and Beckham proved that after the MLS, they can still go back to Europe and play. They just needed that slightly lower intensity football to get their fitness and their fitness and their game back. By playing that less intense league, get their fitness back, get their joy of the game back a little bit, and then go on to continue to play fantastically in Europe going on. Look, Messi, I'm not a fan of Messi. I'm not a fan of Ronaldo. How does that sound? I'm not a fan of either of them. Maldini, greatest centre back, never won the World Cup, but Cannavaro did. There you go. Technically, Maldini at club level, yes. International level, no. Players like Gentile, who kicked the crap out of Maradona in '82, wins a World Cup. Maldini doesn't. But at the same time, club level, you don't get Maldinis anymore. You play like 20. I think it was 25 years. You don't get your Tottis and Maldinis anymore, who play their entire career for one club and over 2 decades. Technically, Maldini played in 4 decades because he started in the '80s, '90s, 2000s, 2010s. There you go. He technically played over 4 decades. Ibrahimovic, he's done it at every club he's been at. He's won silverware. Zlatan. Zlatan. There's only one Zlatan Ibrahimovic. The one thing that got me about Zlatan Ibrahimovic in his early career was his attitude. That was a criticism of Ibrahimovic early on when he was playing. But yeah, no, you have to fall in love with Ibrahimovic because he is himself. The stuff he comes out with, he's got a sense of humour. I don't think that's generally arrogance. I think that's just Ibrahimovic knowing that he's got a sense of humour. Technically, Mark Noble did play games for other clubs on loan, so unlike Maldini and Totti, he has actually played with another team's shirt on his back. I think it was Hull and Ipswich, if I remember correctly. If we had continental teams, would they? Would they? Would they though? What, European All Star 11 versus a South American All Star 11? Would they? Would they really? I would rather debate that. I would debate that, and it depends on what sport as well. I would debate that. I would debate. It depends on what sport, and if it's football, South America will give it a damn good go, and if it's rugby, how do you do that? How do you do rugby union, rugby league? Because not enough nations play at a high enough standard. I think South America will give it a damn good crack, and there's a fair few African players who, on their day will be like, yeah, go on then. And if you're talking about North America, you have to include the Caribbean and Central America and Mexico, and they've got some pretty decent players as well. So you've got to remember, if you're trying to form a starting 11 with a bench and then your extended squad, remember this. It's all well and good. It's all well and good having a team of superstars. It's getting them to gel together. There's too many egos there. Too many egos. Would you rather have a 2-1 win and concede the last minute goal or draw 0-0 but keep a clean streak? Depends on the context. Just depend on the context. If a draw will do it, it's great. If you're worried about goal differential and that being ahead, it all depends on the context. Yeah, well, look, there's a reason why Australia don't play in the Oceanic or Oceania, Australasian qualifying group anymore. New Zealand do, but it's not their major sport now, is it? And they call it soccer over there. Remember that. I've got to remember that from my Australian and Kiwi viewers. It's not their top sport. It's cricket and both codes of rugby and AFL. So it doesn't. I mean, the A League is good. It's fun. It's fun to watch. It's not the same quality as as Europe. I wouldn't say watch it religiously, but if you're casually channel hopping, it's kind of fun. If you can find an A League game, it is entertaining. Harry Kewell, Mark Viduka, Mark Schwarzer, yeah, Neil, Viduka. Yeah, there's some great players who came from Australia and New Zealand. Um, but the populace, bearing in mind, all Harry Kewell, I think, has a British parent. Viduka, Yugoslav. I think he was Croat or Serbian. Schwarzer, German parentage. So a lot of them had came to Australia when they were very, very young, or their parents came just before they were born and already had that instilled from their culture back in Europe. But the interesting thing is rugby league, cricket, and AFL in Australia. Rugby union's struggling now, and New Zealand is both codes of rugby and cricket before football. So they've already established themselves, be it amateur, semi-pro, or pro in other sports, and already world class in other sports. And it doesn't really get the money or the. Should the West Indies have a football team works in cricket? No, it's already struggling in cricket. We say it works. It's because the whole. It's to do with money. Uh, it's to do with and it's to do with the colonial times, but it's a complicated issue. I don't think it would work in football or rugby. And now that Jamaica are playing in Rugby League World Cup, um, it, it, yes and no, but um, Trinidad and Jamaica prove that you don't need a West Indies team for football because they qualify for the World Cup, and Jamaica qualify for a Rugby League World Cup. So they prove don't need a unified side in every sport. It's just cricket, but cricket doesn't get the global audience, and it works for the West Indies because it's always worked for the West Indies. It's a unique format with them, but it um, sort of is what it is. Any idea why football was less physical than rugby? Rugby league and rugby union is more brutal with the collisions. Um, it's just how the rules evolved back in 1895 when both codes split in Huddersfield in Yorkshire. To good to bad Douglas, Huddersfield. When they met in a hotel in Huddersfield back in 1895 and said, "Us Northern blokes, we're not playing with those Southern fairies. We want to get paid because I'm missing work at colliery." Basically, I've done the best rugby league impersonation of the M62. We've done Burnley, we've done Huddersfield. The reason is, jokes aside, is the physicality, and football is obviously less. You won't get flattened every 6 seconds. Rugby, every phase is brutal. You've got to try and avoid getting flattened. Where in football, if you get tackled, you get tackled because it's more of a positional game. Where in rugby, you're running into a brick wall. It's to do with the physicality and the physicality of the players, as in their physical setup, like the physiology of the players, and the way the game is played. Would I agree that Leeds are a sleeping giant in what sport? Because in rugby league they're falling apart. In football they had a poor season this year, and in rugby union they're no longer called Leeds. They're called Yorkshire Carnegie now, so they've rebranded and they've gone down the toilet as well. So in all three sports that Leeds, whether there's Leeds in the name or they're based in Leeds, and even in cricket with what you Leeds in all sports that they participate in, even ice hockey, they've got an ice hockey team now as well. They're not winning. Leeds United, look, they've got back to the top flight. That's great. They're involved in the relegation battle this season. They didn't have a great season. They were better last season than this. They've had a managerial change. Um, they need their squad depth has been tested because of injury and illness, and it proved that it wasn't deep enough. And I wouldn't say they're a sleeping giant. I think they're a long way off getting back to where they were in the 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s. I generally do. And even into the early 2000s, they've been mismanaged for so long off the field. So long off the field that I don't know with that one. Rugby League, the Leeds Rhinos are having an absolutely diabolically bad season by their standards. They are in serious trouble. Rugby Union, what was Leeds Carnegie, Now Yorkshire Carnegie aren't even the second. I think they're in the third tier of rugby union. They've gone down the toilet, and the scandal involving the Yorkshire Cricket Club in the County Cricket Championship, the racism scandal there, and all the fallout from that during the Ashes and the West Indies series, or the build up to the Ashes last year and into this year. Yeah, Leeds as a sports location isn't doing great. I think their ice hockey team is probably the most likely to win something, and they don't even play in the elite league. They play in the National League, which is the second tier. So they've got professional players, but basically they're semi-pro and all that name. Sporting Leeds is not doing very well right now, um, and I think their ice hockey team is the best likelihood of winning anything in the next 12 months. And I say that with love, I do, but I have concerns about the city of Leeds as a sports city, especially what's happening in the rugby league. Um, the Leeds Rhinos are in a right mess right now, and I honestly have concerns about, what's something popping up, people messaging. I do have concerns about Leeds, and I remember the 5-1 they suffered against Arsenal in 94-95 season. Yeah, I go back all the. No, Leeds. I think Leeds are going to be quite active in the transfer window this summer. They need to just bolster their squad depth. They don't need to sign massive players. They just need to have a bit of squad depth. They were really tested this season. Injuries did start piling up. Key players were missing key games, and that squad depth nearly cost them this year. And managerial change. Will they keep Rafinha? Um, I think staying in the Premier League's helped with that. If they got relegated, he's gone. It all depends on what signings they make this summer. There's been no rumours about him wanting to leave. There's been no approaches from clubs that have been reported. What is really interesting at the moment is all these players leaving on frees. So all these free agents that are available, and now some are more veteran players. Leeds, imagine if Leeds picked up Mata and Matic for nothing. That would really be an insult to Man United because of the rivalry between the two clubs. Um, honestly, having like a Nemanja Matic, that'd be perfect fit for Leeds because they need that midfield depth, and even if it's a one-season contract, just to bolster them for this coming season. Having a Wham Mata as a depth player again to bolster them in the squad depth for just the one season, that'd be fantastic pickups. And that would really be an insult to Man United with the rivalry between the two clubs. That is historical. You've got Ben Mee's available, Tarkovsky's available, so they could actually sign like 4 players for nothing, who are at rival clubs just across Lancashire. Bring them to Yorkshire, and you suddenly strengthen your defence and your midfield for nothing. And suddenly you will see that club go up the table. Who's going to win the Premier League next season? Man City, Liverpool, Arsenal, Man United. Man United, Tottenham, but take Arsenal, drop from that list. Chelsea are an unknown with the new ownership. I think it's going to be for the Man City unless something like a Leicester City type season happens where there's what I call that second season syndrome where because I think Man City and Liverpool are less dominant. The points totals are starting to come down from those 3 record-breaking seasons in 2018, 2019, 2020. There's a significant drop-off. And that is very noticeable. So, and City and Liverpool did lose had some bad defeats this season. And of course, with the season being stopped in November for the World Cup, injuries, suspensions, illness, that's going to have an impact, fatigue. And with the season starting earlier and a shortened time to get players signed, contract extensions, transfer business done, pre-season, with all the extra games that City and Liverpool, and to a certain extent Man United, Arsenal and Spurs have also played with European competition over the recent years, and Tottenham's lack of signings done just before COVID. They didn't sign a player for 18 months. That ultimately impacted the side. So I think we might have a bit of more of an interesting season next season. I think we could have that Leicester City type story where a dark underdog an unexpected team just hits a rain of form because they're not in Europe, like a Crystal Palace, like a Leicester. Well, Leicester actually are. I know. No, Leicester aren't in Europe next season. They've missed out. So we could have that side that doesn't have all those extra games like a Palace or a Leicester or a Southampton or a Wolves or a West Ham, although West Ham are in Europe, going on just a run of form like Leicester did in 2015, 2016, and upsetting the apple cart. I think that could happen. I think this is the season for it to happen. But out of that list, the most likely Liverpool, Man City, they're just, oh God, this bloody hay fever is annoying me. They are just so far ahead of where Arsenal, Man United, and Spurs are. Man United, we don't know what Ten Hag's going to do, and with all these players leaving for nothing, that is very, very striking. That Matic, Mata, and Pogba. There's others going to be leaving as well, like Cavani, although that hasn't been confirmed yet. There are others as well. I prefer league, to be fair. It's just I prefer again the NRL over Super League. I prefer um, rugby league over rugby union at club level. International level, rugby union's got a better presence at international level, but I still prefer rugby league. It's just an easier game to watch and an easier game to play. Um, Unfortunately, in this country, it's not as well promoted as it should be. Really, it's a perfect sport for TV if they get it right, but they don't get it right. When will Arsenal next win the league? Not with that. Not with the. They haven't got the balance and the style of play right. They're too. We've got to be the perfect passing team. There's no gnarly defensive players like they need a Tony Adams. They need a Patrick Vieira, Manuel Petit. They need a Sol Campbell, a more skilled centre back. They haven't got any of those gritty veteran players they used to have in the past, which then you can build youngsters around, like a Fabregas. You put a Fabregas in there, suddenly it's a better side. Um, Highbury every day of the week. The Emirates is a fantastic stadium, but you sat too far away from the pitch. You're too far back. Um, um, I would say Highbury. They've only won 3 trophies since they've been at the Emirates, and they're 3 FA Cups. Haven't been close to winning the league for 15 years. So, Man City, Liverpool, Man City 2020s or Man United 2000s. Well, that goes into the 90s as well. The Arsenal Man United rivalry. Which era was better? Man United, Arsenal, because in that period you had Leeds, because Arsenal actually won the old Division One title before Leeds did, and then Man United, Blackburn, and then Arsenal. Um, I think for me, it's I don't want to go which era is better because Leicester have won in the Liverpool Man City era, as I call it, and Leicester won, and Blackburn won in the Man United Arsenal rivalry, and then you got Chelsea in the middle. Chelsea. I would say I'll have to do some of the history videos and look at when was the most competitive era for the English game. Quite honestly, but um, I think Arsenal were the Arsenal sides. I think were the best side to watch. If I'm being honest, the '99 treble winning side for Man United, I think, were the best side for a single year. And best Premier League season has got to be Man City's record-breaking season. Although Liverpool and the other Man City season that were all over 100 points for a one-off season, but they weren't great. They haven't done that Europe and domestic treble like Man United, and they haven't done that unbeaten league season. And technically in the League Cup, because you've got home and away goals and you had the aggregate, technically Arsenal didn't actually lose a game in the League Cup; they lost an aggregate. So in their invincible season. And then you've got that Nottingham Forest unbeaten run, which goes over 40 odd games, which covered 2 seasons. So eras. Well, it's a very difficult one then, isn't it? Because I haven't done all the Nottingham Forest. I think is the best club history I've done because of the amount of trophies they won. But historically, I think historically, I think the most dominant period was Liverpool between the late 60s and 1990. That period with the most titles, the most silverware in a given period, the most dominant period of any club in history is the Liverpool side from I think 68 through till 1990. That's the best part of 22. It was just almost like a production line of trophies. It didn't matter if it was domestic, cup, or Europe. It just um, but could you argue on paper they were the best side? Probably not. On an individual season, you had what Nottingham Forest did in the late 70s and into, again, 1990. They were a bloody good side for 12 years, and they were challenging Liverpool. Then you got a one-off season of like Aston Villa for 2 years, where they were like an absolutely fantastic team. Um, you've got, you know, Leicester City, their one-off season where they were the best. They just went on this amazing run and ground out and got their league title in 2016. Um, so you've got individual seasons by a team, and then you've got little periods of being a very dominant side like Forest, where they were challenging the established order in Liverpool and gave it a damn good go as well. Um, and then you've got the Premier League era, where Man United have won 13 out of the 29 or 30 seasons played for. This is the 13 out of 29 seasons Man United have won. That's just under half. And at one point, they had only lost, what was it? At time of Chelsea's takeover, they had won every league season apart from 3 or 4, I think. I think by the time Chelsea were bought by Abramovich, Man United had won all but 4 Premier League seasons. So they won 6 or 7 compared to Arsenal and Blackburn winning the other 2, the other handful. So that's how, and in the Premier League era, they are the most successful side. Now they haven't won since 2013, and that is fact. Excuse me. So, um, will we see another Invincible season, and was it overrated? No, it wasn't overrated. It generally was that good, and but they still did not quite do that unbeaten run like Nottingham Forest did. Nottingham Forest had a better period of not losing a game in all competitions, and it came to an end with a league and an FA Cup defeat, ironically. And they won back-to-back European titles, back-to-back League Cups, and a league title in that period. I think it went over 2 seasons, and so that's what they were compared against was that Nottingham Forest side of the late 70s, early 80s that went on a similar length of unbeaten run. So it's not overrated if you're comparing against a side. I think if anything, the Nottingham Forest one was better because they won 2 European Cups, a League Cup, 2 League Cups, and a league title in that period. But they were one of the top sides, and I think Nottingham Forest in 3 seasons once. Let me work this out. Maybe as well. League, Cup, League, League Cup, European Cup. They won 5 trophies in 3 seasons. Whereas that Arsenal Invincible side, they were good. Didn't win any trophies. But no, it's not overrated, no. That is possibly one of the second best periods of football. Definitely. But then you've got that Liverpool season and those 2 Man City seasons of over 100 points. And so It is what it is. Should Dundee and Dundee United merge? No, because would you ask River Plate and Boca Juniors to merge? No, you would not. Um, no. There's a reason why they're separate clubs. And I've got to do a history on Dundee and Dundee United because that is brilliant. That'd be brilliant to look at. But no, because would you ask River Plate and Boca Juniors to merge? No. Would you ask Inter and AC Milan to merge? No. There's a reason why Dundee and Dundee United are separate clubs. The fan bases are pretty, mingle quite well. Dundee and Dundee United. You never get any problems at Dundee United games with fans, but they have got two distinct clubs, and there is a reason why they are separate. But it would be like asking city rivals like Celtic and Rangers to go, you know what, you play in the same city, and Partick, and Queen of the South. You play be like, you know what, lads, let's all merge together. It just no. There's reasons why they're separate and rivals, but the thing with Dundee is they're friendly rivals. But it's like asking Bristol City and Bristol Rovers to merge together. You're asking for murder. And they've done this format with merging teams together in other sports, and it doesn't work. But they're proud of having separate stadiums, and I think they own both their ground. They don't lease their grounds off the council. Those grounds are owned by the clubs, so they own their own real estate. They don't lease their stadium like other clubs do. So no, let them. And they play in different leagues as well. So you would screw up the Scottish league structure as well because they're not always in the Scottish Premiership or Scottish Championship. So it doesn't work as a theory, because and they got different owners and it's if they had like siblings, if like one brother owned one club and one brother owned the other, that's different, for example. But they're owned by different people. They I think they're the closest grounds in the world for clubs that play in the same sport, in the same league structure. Boca Juniors and River Plate actually are slightly further apart. We're talking meters. Meters. They're not the closest grounds together in the UK. They're the closest grounds together in the world, where the teams that play at them play in the same league structure and are rivals. Boca Juniors and River Plate, technically, the distance is slightly further. Even though they're big, they're massive stadiums, the actual gap between them is less. They're one's slightly further up the road than the other. Dagenham and Redbridge merged. Hayes and Yeading. Dagenham and Redbridge. One, I think a club has to like some of the club histories I've done. Like Kaiserslautern technically is a merger of about 5 clubs. Dagenham and Redbridge, yes. Hayes and Yeading, because it was Yeading United, wasn't it? Firstly, you would have to get the other members of the league to sign off it if you're in the same league, which at the moment, I'm not sure about Dundee and Dundee United, because I know they're sort of yo-yo clubs in Scotland, but they've both been in the Scottish Premiership at the same time and both been in the Scottish Championship at the same time, and that's where it becomes problematic. But they've done this what I call dual venture club kind of thing with rugby league in Australia, and it doesn't work. The Manly Sea Eagles and the North Sydney Bears did it famously for about 3-4 seasons, and it was a disaster. St George Illawarra have won one championship as a joint venture club. The West Tigers, Balmains and Western Suburbs, the Magpies and the Tigers won, title as a dual venture. So, well, do I think United Dundee? Well, you're basically it's like asking Hibs and Hearts to do it to try and compete against Rangers and Celtic. The issue is not Dundee and Dundee United being separate clubs. It's the lack of money and the lack of investment and the shocking TV deal for Scottish football. There you go. There you go. It's the fact of since the 80s in Aberdeen, not another club has challenged Rangers and Celtic for the league title. And that's the problem. So for the best part of 35, 36 years, nearly 40 years, only two sides have won the title, only three sides have won. I think only four sides have won the title since the 70s or something. This is the problem with Scottish football. And I can definitely look at some of the other clubs other than Celtic and Rangers and their, successes and failures in the Scottish League. But the lack of silverware going to clubs other than Rangers and Celtic is what is killing Scottish football. Not the fact that the two Dundee sides are separate. Yes, I think it should merge with the Championship, and therefore Scotland's League One and League Two should merge as well and make it, a two-tier system. That would massively help because instead of playing the same side four times home and away, you're playing them twice like England does. I think that will massively help the situation because it's been a proposal, not a plan, a proposal, not a plan, to try and get. There was a period in the early days of the Premier League to go against get Rangers and Celtic in the English league system. And I think, yeah, no, they've overshot the Old Firm and even the Hibs Hearts, the capital derby as well, is too frequent, and that does damage. It's like the England Australia with the Ashes being played all the time. It's devalued the rivalry. It's weakened what is meant to be a very special occasion. And it was very noticeable when the Old Firm weren't playing when Rangers were outside the Scottish Premiership. How when their first season back, how much it meant for both clubs. So yeah, I think they're too frequent. It's the Scottish Football Association and the SPL and the Scottish Football League are resistant to using Scottish football. There's a lot of heavily criticised for its poor governance and the lack of money and there's a lot, and the criticism is justified of the Scottish FA and the Scottish Football League, and rightly so. It's a justified criticism of uh, of how Scottish football's been run for a very, very long time. I think it's a fair criticism. I think the governance of the game in Scotland needs a complete clear out, much like the governance of rugby league in this country needs a complete clear out. None of them. I honestly believe none of them. Rangers and Celtic wouldn't win any silverware, and that's the answer to that one. And because they're now playing in the league system in England, they don't qualify for Europe straight away automatically because the new Scottish champions would qualify for the European competitions. But then did the coefficient, you've just killed Scottish football dead. And that's what people don't realise. You come up with these proposals saying let's put Rangers and Celtic in the English league system. It would then, if you think about it, what St Johnstone did with their cup double last year, it completely devalues that. Completely devalues it because that was a fantastic achievement. Fantastic. And and with the UEFA coefficient, you've just killed Scottish football. It's that they already can't qualify. They've only qualified for one major tournament since 1998. They can't qualify for major tournaments right now. They're not developing the quality of player on the same amount. Well, to a certain extent, yes, because the transport isn't as much of an issue. And trust me, transport in Scotland is a mess. So the away days for English and Welsh fans The only barrier is the River Severn and the River Mersey. Better transport links. So Wrexham and Shrewsbury, you're in. If Wrexham have got an away day, let's say um, against Kidderminster, you go to Shrewsbury on the train first, and then you go down to Kidderminster on the train. Pith takes about an hour and a half. Cardiff, Bristol Rovers just down the M4. Swansea just down the M4. Hour and a half. And where the Welsh clubs are located, they're within a very short space of the border to England that are in the English league system. And apart from Wrexham, I mean, Cardiff and Swansea got international airports. Take Celtic, and because they've been part of the English league system from day dot, and they have, remember this, they actually have been part of the English league system from pretty much their club's inceptions. Whereas Scotland has got a separate legal system. They're the oldest rivalry in international sport. The foundation of the Scottish League is separate. The history of the clubs, you've just killed Scottish football. Yeah, and that's the same with rugby union. Welsh sport is so Cardiff Swansea centric, and to a certain extent, Llanelli, if you want to go rugby union, that it's the south east of Wales centric, and that's a criticism that a lot of Welsh fans in general of all sports have gone. All the interest is in Cardiff, Swansea, Llanelli, Newport. Wrexham is the only team up north. That's where the interest, and that's where the money goes. Yes, UEFA. I've mentioned that. I've done a video on it. UEFA have gone. We apologise because as soon as Real Madrid kicked off and made a formal complaint, they were like, "Oh," because the statements coming out originally were, "Let's blame it on Liverpool. Let's just be lazy about this. Let's take no responsibility for our screw up." And the French authorities are like, "Oh, we'll blame it on the English because it's politically adapted. Because we'll just blame it on the English because Brexit, whatever. We'll blame them." But now President Macron's come out and going, "No." And I think Macron might be sacking some of his ministers because while he's president, the prime minister and the French cabinet, the way they do the French politics is different. But because now the French president's gone, this is shameful, this is not good, bad image, blah 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 blah, makes France look bad because France have got a rugby union World Cup next year, and the Stade de France is going to be used. Remember this. Remember this. This is very crucial. France have got an international tournament next year in the Rugby Union World Cup coming up. The Stade de France will be used in that tournament. The fallout from the mess, and it was all over social media, it was all over the news. Is been damaging, but it's when Real Madrid came up and said, hang on a second, well, our fans also face difficulties. This is not just. That's where things changed because the rhetoric coming out, and then Macron has now made a statement going, "Oh, yeah." So, but the French, I mean, this is not it's not a new problem with the Stade de France. This is an ongoing issue going back to 97, 98. We're going back 25 years with this stadium and entrance issues, security problems, ticketing problems, all sorts. Well, it was easy to blame Liverpool because that's what is the. Well, look, UEFA have been heavily criticised, but the Stade de France as a stadium has been criticised in the past for ease of access, ticketing problems, security problems, bottlenecks in the because it's in the Saint Denis area of Paris, and there's been a lot of issues with that area of Paris historically being for a variety of reasons. I'm not going to go into that. some of the French riots started back in the day, back when Sarkozy was president. There was burning going on, and let's burn our own estates. Saint Denis is a very working class suburb. Um, um, and and Thierry Henry is right. The Saint Denis area of Paris is like the Tower Hamlets. Well, maybe not that bad, but like the Peckham, the Catford, the Brixton, the Edmonton. Yeah, some of the Wembley, because Wembley gets criticised as well because it is again in a very poor area of a city. Which that part of London, Wembley's not an attractive part of Greater London. Let's because the Wembley area. Saint Denis, Stade de France is like our Wembley, heavily criticised stadium. And it looks beautiful from the air, and it looks beautiful like when you're watching it on TV. But it's in a very poor inner city, or well, poor district of a city. Um, and Thierry Henry, a being French, knows a fair bit about French culture. But no, they built that stadium much like Wembley was rebuilt, and the Stratford Olympic Park to redevelop that working class suburb Paris. So there's been a lot of it's like the London Olympics. But it's been as a stadium itself, it's been criticised for its ease of access, queues, ticketing problems, all sorts. Um, and the police response is your standard French police response to a large crowd. Uh, bring out, yeah. I think more Hillsborough than Hazel. Hazel actually there was a hooligan element behind Hazel. This was more of a Hillsborough, Bradford City, Ibrox kind of thing where they just got the crowds wrong. Um, no, with what happened last weekend was more verging on an Ibrox disaster. Not I wouldn't say Bradford City but that was an accidental disaster as well. And Hillsborough rather than Hazel. Hazel there was a hooligan element. The other ones were accidents that were waiting to happen because of either poor stadium construction and poor policing and poor stewarding. Um, and the French police are known not to be the most subtle when it comes to crowd control. They will just beat you first, ask questions later. Um, Safe standing, they've trialled it, but the safe standing terraces come with the seats as well, and they're slightly angled. So if a person's standing in front of you, you can still see if you're sitting down. So you come with that seat. Um, that should have always been the case going after they did the stadium review following Hillsborough and Hazel and Bradford City back in the 80s. But the idea was with all seaters was to price the hooligans out. As it turns out, that isn't the case. Who knew? Um, in regards to I think that's why President Macron, who narrowly gets re-elected, by the way, narrowly gets re-elected as French president. Bearing in mind they have got the Rugby World Cup next year, absolutely. Stade de France is the key centrepiece. It's hosting the final. The Six Nations, it's been criticised as a stadium in the past because of again access issues, bottlenecks. Of course, rugby fans are a little bit more civil than football fans and a bit less drunk and a bit more across the spectrum when it comes to fan base. But I think um, the situation with what happened there is UEFA had warnings going back 2 decades about where the stadium's located, um, where oh god, there's so many questions. Please slow down. I understand. I'm just trying to finish this one. In regards to Stade de France, Thierry Henry said, "Well, it's in Saint Denis. It is in a very rough area of Paris. The crime rates in that area are higher. There were pickpockets. There were local gangs. You know, targeting the families, not the thugs. They worked out very quickly who the hardcore Liverpool thugs would have been, and they went for the families. They went for you know, groups of fans who were just, you know, your average fan and, not willing, Um, so, but the warnings have been there about the stadium, the access, the location, the transport infrastructure, and the way the French and look at 2016 how the Euros went. Even in the final, there was crowd disorder, and in the knockout stages, fans were letting off flares. So people were able to smuggle flares into the stadium. The security checks being haphazard. UEFA knew about this. They've only recently had a Euros there a few years ago. So how UEFA got that so wrong. The ticket allocations again being criticised and were criticised as soon as teams made their European finals, the three European finals. That's why Roma took those fans that had been to the game against Bodo Glimt earlier in the season and watched that 6-1. They said, well, all those fans who had been to that European game, the club are giving our VIP tickets to. So Roma did a good thing with their European final allocation. They selected those fans that had already been to a game, witnessed a bad defeat when things were at the lowest ebb, when Mourinho was only getting the sack and all that, and they gave some of their corporate allocation to 816 fans because they had already the ticket allocation sold out, and they had their corporate. There you go. Some of our club officials and their associates will go without tickets this year. But no, the ticking allocation for all three European finals has been heavily criticised, and that criticism goes back 20 years. I wouldn't say I don't enjoy non-league football. I've got mates who play in the non-league. Um, I, I prefer watching like things like the FA Cup and the Challenge Cup when you have those lower ranked teams against the higher ranked team because it is refreshing watching how they approach the game. So football, rugby league. Um, but I have been to lower league football, and I prefer lower league football for atmosphere in the style of play compared to the Premier League. And I've been to Premier League games as well, and I've been to FA Cup games, so I have a certain aspect on it. But it's been a long time since I've been to a game. Bear that in mind. Yeah, rugby fans are generally different. The thing is, there's starting to be a trend now with more alcohol-related incidents at rugby union, and that's um, you know to do with the old drink. This is obviously Coke Zero, but there's no vodka in this. It's just standard Coca-Cola. Advertising plug. I like this stuff. Coke Zero. It's got no sugar, but still got the caffeine. Um, the who will win Wimbledon? It's too early to tell. It is too early to tell. Djokovic losing to Nadal. That's a big moment. Um, Nadal could win the French Open again. Wimbledon, I think it's too early to tell. I think Cilic might have a good chance. There you go. Am I a fan of the conference? I think it's his first season. I've got mixed reviews on it. If I'm being honest, I think the better way to fix a lot of European club football, as I've said time and time again, is bring back straight knockouts. Champions League is for the champions. What was the UEFA Cup? Now Europa League. Maybe runners up in the league, second place, and Conference League Cup winners, for example, or the runners up in the cup competitions domestically. I think that's the way to do it. But that's me having watched the old formats in the 90s when I was a kid and falling in love with European football that way. And then as I got older, watching as much of the sport as I have throughout my life, um, and seeing as time goes on, it become less enjoyable, and it has. The best games to watch in the Champions League are the semi-finals and below because the crowds are proper bad. I've really not enjoyed European football for about a decade now at club level. If I'm being honest, I do watch the finals partly because the channel as well, but I'm enjoying it a lot less now. I used to enjoy it more when I was younger. Um, not as much now. Do I judge the greatest on the numbers, or is it more than that? Greatest in what? Or greatest of all time, or great players, or goats, or what? Because Ronaldo and Messi will not get close to some of the record appearances at club level. for some players at whatever level we're talking about historically. Um, and of all time, Pele played far more games and was a goal a game player. Um, Pele played over 1,000 games in his career, international and club level. Um, and Nadal in tennis has played through injury as well. But a lot of criticism was, oh, yeah, he only wins on clay. He's now won all the other tournaments as well on hard and grass. So I think Nadal's the greatest. I think Nadal's better than Djokovic, but Djokovic spreads his wins across all the formats of playing surface of tennis, whereas Nadal is predominantly on clay and not enough on the others. Um, the classics of you'll see on the semi. I think I think the best semi final of all time in any era has got to be the 1970 semi final between Italy and West Germany in Mexico, 4-3. Just look at the footage of that game; they are out on their feet. Um, I think that's the greatest. But then some people say the greatest international football match of all time was the 1970 group stage game between England and Brazil, which was a 1-0. Some people say that's the greatest of all time. But both of those games, 1970 World Cup. And debate that to death if you want in the comment section. Yeah, well, actually, no, East Germany beat West Germany twice. They beat them in the 1974 World Cup and in their last ever international as a competitive nation in 1990 with, I think, the same scoreline. Well, no, the two greatest games of all time, if you watch them in full, well, actually, three greatest games of all time, and I'm being brutally honest here, were all in the 1970 World Cup final. And that's from fans who were alive at the time and fans who've watched them full replay since, is the 1-0 Brazil England in the group stage in 1970. The semi-final between West Germany and Italy, which was 4-3 to Italy, went to extra time, and the 4-1 Brazil Italy final. Yes, it was East Germany showing was the 74 World Cup. Yes, and that was there. That was it. But that's the what people have said is all time, and I think that still stands for those the 1970 World Cup apparently was the best World Cup of all time, and I find it hard to argue. I find it hard to argue against, simply because I've seen those matches concerned in full replay, and there's enough of the players who played at that tournament still alive, who talk very fondly of that tournament. So you've got Beckenbauer, you've got Geoff Hurst, you've got Pele, and they're still alive. They're getting on now in age. They're not the youngest, they're not the healthiest. Especially Pele's been ill, but Beckenbauer and Hurst are still that little bit younger than Pele, but they're still alive and kicking. And they talk fondly of their experiences at that tournament, and what they did mention, and this is going to be important in 4 years' time, and probably important come November, December, is especially the games in Mexico in 4 years' time. Guadalajara and the Azteca in Mexico City, you're playing at altitude. Games in Denver as well, and if they play games in Denver, you're playing at altitude and in the heat of summer. And what they did say, especially from the West Germany and England point of views, because when they get knocked out in the knockout stages, it was brutal. It had an impact on the England side. It had an impact on the Germany side, and it ultimately had an impact on the Italian side in the final. And that's something that's definitely going to be watch this space for 4 years' time. Is the World Cup that, and it was noticeable in USA '94 as well. The games in Denver. I've not done a video on the corruption of the World Cup in 2002. There's been a lot of conspiracy theories and conjecture, especially around how far Korea progressed in that tournament and the Italy Korea game and some of the decisions. And I watched a lot of that tournament as a teenager. Well, I was actually, was I 12 or 13 at the time? I was 12 at the time, about to turn 30. And I yeah, that Italy Korea game. I remember the commentators going, "Something's not right here." So, look, as I say, that was 20 years ago. Um, long time ago that was. But there's a lot to research on that, and I while I'm not. Well, I'll say this: look, I'm a massive fan of the sport, but I'm not as big as fan as I used to be. So when I about 4 years ago, I did a list of the top 5 sports. My list of favourite sports. Football was not my favourite sport. Um, Football was not my favourite sport, not by a long way, not by a long, long way. And that World Cup, looking back on it, it was very obvious. There's matches that are definitely being manipulated there at some point, whether it's the referees being manipulated, the players being manipulated, both, you know, um, lineups being manipulated, so coaches putting out a weakened lineup for a game. It's very obvious in that tournament. Looking back with hindsight, there is something suspicious going on, but without concrete proof. Speculation and conspiracy theories can only take you so far, but there's enough rumours around the game that yes, there was match fixing going on, and definitely match officials being manipulated to manipulate the result in favour of someone. Um, um, but no one's ever been, and this is what's interesting. So many coming through at the same time. Please, my top 5 favourite sports. The video is already up there. I've done a video on my top 5 favourite sports. I can't remember which playlist it's in. Just put in my top 5 or top 10 favourite sports. I've done it in 2018, and I think it's still. I would still say it's the same. Um, the Austria Germany game 8-2. Yeah, again they changed when the final group stage games kick off now because they used to kick off at different times. Now they kick off at the same time, so you can't determine your. We need to get this result. That was also following the '78 World Cup as well, where the Argentina-Peru game. There's been allegations around that. 48 teams is too many, but again, with 3 co-hosts, it's the direction FIFA wants to take. It just means the tournament has to be a week or 2 longer, in my opinion. Just means a longer tournament, but then that means also impacting club and international calendar around that. So there is a limit where you go, this is too big now. Everton, yep, the longest period of time of the team in the top flight, yes, although they have spent time outside the top flight. Do I have a favourite sport? Yes, it's in the video I did in 2018. That hasn't changed. Motorsports, I prefer GT endurance racing, touring cars, superbikes, and motocross and rallying. I don't like F1. Would I bring back the old home internationals? That would have to be agreed with UEFA. There's a reason why it doesn't take place anymore. It would be like a rebel tournament. UEFA would be like, no. And as we're trying to bid for the Euros in a couple of years' time, I would probably say no. I wouldn't. Would they? They'll just be done with qualifying soon enough. San Marino at the World Cup feels good. I think with the way it's going, they're going to have to properly either shrink the qualifying groups, and they'll have to get rid of the Nations League because that just doesn't work. If they're going to keep expanding the Euros and the World Cup, the Nations League would have to disappear. Then you would have to do just have a qualifying tournament instead of the Confederations Cup, like they used to, in the summers in between tournaments. That's your qualifying tournament, so you're ready for the next tournament. And then The um, it is what it is. Who have Spurs signed? I know they've signed Perisic and Fraser Forster on free transfers because their contracts had already expired, so therefore it doesn't count with the transfer window. Qualifying. It needs to be a short, sharp tournament rather than the Nations League. Then suddenly you'll have uh, um, how would I put it? More interest from fans. Lampard. Oh, Eric Ten Hag is going to clear out more. This is coming because we know about Lacazette leaving Arsenal. I've got to check because there's a lot of big news coming out. Eric Ten Hag decides to get rid of two more players and clear transfer hint over new arrival. He's made obviously Eric Bailly and Tuanzebe. So a player who's barely kicked a ball for them. Okay, we'll do that. Gets out of the way. So Eric Bailly, or Eric Bailey, however you want to pronounce his name, he's been terrible. He's going. And Axel Tuanzebe, he's barely done anything. Eric Bailly came from Villarreal. He's not really been in the plans for a while. So they're trying to basically sell him. The academy graduate, as an enjoyer, has barely played at all. He hasn't played at all since last season. So he was on loan. He was out. He was out on loan to Serie A at the. He's oh God. So a player I've barely heard of, who's not really. They've both got 2 years left on their contracts. So they're going to try and sell them. So Eric Ten Hag is going to start the clear out, even with players on contract. No, if you're going to keep expanding tournaments like the Euros and the World Cup, you cannot keep the Nations League because then it's just constant football. Players won't get a break. Where would an English team from the Championship finish in qualifying? I don't know. Eric Bailly, he's not as fit as Maguire though. Maguire can at least stay reasonably fit. While we're mocking him, well, certain people mock him. I do have a lot. He's not that bad. It's the Man United makes players lose confidence. Eric Bailly is not disciplined enough, and there's a reason why even when Solskjaer was sacked and Ranić came in, he barely played. There's got to be something going on there. The other lad who's been on loan at Villa and Napoli's barely played whilst out on loan for the last 12 months. Tuanzebe, or whatever his name is, he's come through the academy. I feel sorry for him as a young player. And both of them have got 2 years left on their contract, so they're basically shopping them, putting them transfer listed. Now, whether Eric Bailly goes back to Spain, I don't think Villarreal want him back. It's where do you fit Tuanzebe inside? But their youth system is not working properly because I honestly think Eric Ten Hag should be, as he's an Ajax man as well, you would think with Ajax's culture of the youth system, you would think he would be going right. Let's improve of the quality of our youth product again because they have a fantastic history with their youth system. Fantastic, going back before the class of '92. We're going back to the Busby Babes with Man United. They've had a fantastic history with their youth production line. They need to go back to that. Has snooker lost its appeal? Yes. I've stopped watching it now. And I used to love snooker. But as I say, market saturation. Jimmy Garner should be given a chance under Ten Hag. Possibly. Possibly. As I say, Man United have a great track record with players who've gone through their youth system playing at least one game in the red shirt and staying in the professional game. 50% of players who've played a youth game for Man United, no, 50% of the players who played at least one game for Man United at senior level, not reserves, senior level, have come through their own youth system all time. So that tells you how, you know, uh, you know, there you go. Are the class of 1992 special, or are the younger generation not as good? Oh, snooker generation. Sullivan, Higgins, and Williams. It was harder to get ranking points when they came through. Um, but you just get a generation of players at anyone in any sport that all come through at the same time. Um, um, so Sullivan, Higgins, and Williams are all slightly different ages. I think Sullivan's the youngest of the three. Just they all came through at the same time, though, in roughly the same era. Um, I look at players in the United Academy, and I know they're not as good. Greenwood not included. Um, that's a difficult one. It's a difficult one. The class of 92. So basically, apparently, the mid 70s, being born between 74 and 77, was apparently a good time to be a sportsman to be born because you've got the class of 92 with Man United. You've got the snooker generation. I think you've got some pretty good rugby players as well who were born in the mid 70s who did some pretty good things in their respective sports. Johnny Wilkinson being one. Um, Dan Carter being. Oh, Dan Carter was a bit younger. Ronan O'Gara being another. Brian O'Driscoll. Sebastian Chabal. So, yeah, there was a generation of sports stars who were born in the mid 70s to early 80s who all came through roughly um, all at the same time. Darts, I don't put. There's not. Darts is a pub game. There's always been good players come through darts. Um, will where will Robert Lewandowski end up playing? Well, he's already said he's leaving Bayern Munich. Bayern shit. he's leaving. He's leaving Munich. Um, but he is 37. Does he go back to Lech Poznan? Or does he go? I think he might end up in the MLS. You know, he might end up in the MLS. Um, his stint in German football, firstly at Dortmund and then at Munich, he might go back to Poznan, but I think he ends up. I think he ends up in the MLS. Um, Personally, I think he does a year or two. He does an Ibrahimovic in the MLS because I honestly believe the MLS will be like, look, this is what we'll offer you, season and a half, wind down your career, but end on a high note because you're still, you know, having fun. He looks physically exhausted as well. He doesn't look happy. He doesn't look Lewandowski like. Um, he looks unhappy. But he's had a fantastic career. He either goes back to Poznan or he goes to the MLS. Too many tournaments in snooker and darts? Yes, I think they've overdone it now. Should darts be the Olympics? No. You don't have enough player depth outside of uh, the US, the UK and Holland and Australia. There's not enough player depth. Maybe Arsenal should have a look at what Robert Lewandowski. Yeah, Lewandowski, 37. He looks tired. He does look tired. And I'm being fair to him. He also doesn't look 100 mentally. He looks. Something's obviously happened for him to go. Instead of announcing this is my season, I'm going to retire. He obviously wants to keep playing. He obviously believes he can still um, uh, compete at the top level professionally. Um, and looking at his goal scoring record, there's no doubt he can keep banging the goals in wherever he plays. But I'm surprised if he doesn't go. That's it. I'm retiring. Great career. Thank you, Munich. Thank you, Dortmund. Thank you, Poznan. Have a parade. Nothing. I think he wants to keep playing. I think something's happened with Bayern. Like, we're not going to offer you a new contract, or they're hoping he will sign a contract extension. Going, here's your piece of paper. There you go. And he's like, nah, I'm going elsewhere. I think there's been a breakdown between him and the club, but it's all been hush hush. Are Bayern Munich going to win the league for the next 10 years again? No, I don't. That's not going to happen. Not going to happen. If it does, German football's got a problem. But no, I think there are other clubs in Germany. I think Eintracht Frankfurt winning a European trophy is going to shake things up a little bit. They went all in for that European trophy. And yeah, they had to get it on the penalty shootout. And there was a moment there was periods in that game where they were second best to Rangers, but Eintracht going all in, making legends out of their players. And Dortmund making all that money off the Haaland sale, which they'll invest in about 10 different players probably. And Dortmund with their youth system is so effective. I think the Lewandowski leaving Bayern is definitely going to have an impact on their ability next season. And maybe this is what needs to happen. How good could Haaland be? We'll see how he adapts to the Premier League, won't we? Because not every player who's played in Germany and vice versa has done very well. There's been players who played in England who've gone to Germany and haven't done very well. And there's players who have played in England who've gone to Germany, done better in the German system than here, and vice versa, historically as well. We'll see what we'll see what happens with Haaland. We'll see how his first season in the Premier League goes. It's a different style of football. At Dortmund's Dortmund have got this philosophy at the moment of going with a younger, pacier team, and it's a different style of football. Dortmund is very similar to the Liverpool system. Haaland would have fitted in perfectly with the Liverpool, Southampton, that German 4-3-3 pressing system that a lot of the German coaches implement, and the German style, a 4-3-3 or a variant of that. Man City don't play that system. I think he could be going to a club where the system doesn't suit his style of play. We will change his formation. So with Aguero, they had a striker, and you can play attacking midfielders as a drop-off striker. How are they going to play Haaland? Are they going to play him as a winger, or are they going to play him as an out-and-out striker, or are they going to play again the system with the false nine? Because I don't think the system that Man City play doesn't suit Haaland's style of play. But we'll see how he adapts. We'll see if Man City alter their system slightly and their style of play. Does he have to adapt to Man City, or Man City adapt to him? Pep should get him, or Bellingham. We'll see. Dortmund may go. We've sold Haaland. We're going to bring some players in to go and keep, and we're going to challenge Munich for the title. If Dortmund give it a go this season, bring some players in, knowing that Munich are vulnerable, that Lewandowski's leaving, and Sadio Mane, will he go? Will he not go? We'll see. But Munich have started to lose key players. Is Pep not winning the Champions League with Man City a problem for his resume? He didn't win with Bayern Munich either. So he's had two very dominant teams domestically that he can't win the Champions League with. Let that sink in. Red Bull Leipzig? I don't think so. They haven't yet, and they haven't even cracked the top two consistently yet in Germany. I think they've done it once. Dortmund, yeah, I think Dortmund might improve without Haaland. I think they're going to say to Bellingham, "You're now the guy. We're going to build a team around you. All the attention's been with Haaland. Now that's gone. That distraction's gone. We're going to build the team around him. We're going to bring some players in, and Munich are vulnerable, and I think they're going to go for it. And if they crack that Munich dominance, suddenly the conversation changes. Best place in the UK to have a top football and top rugby team. Leicester. Leicester City and Leicester Tigers. Manchester. You've got Man United, Man City, and Sale. London. You've got Harlequins and multiple clubs in London. That is an interesting question. Edinburgh, Glasgow. They've got some top clubs historically for success. You've got Glasgow Warriors and is it Edinburgh? Is it just Edinburgh Rugby Club? They don't have a nickname, do they? So you've got you know a few things. What Dortmund don't bring in top players? Oh, they've had money issues over the last 2 and a bit decades, but they've won the Champions League. They've won the German League multiple times. They're not no hopers, but off the field, they're a bigger club for supporter base as well. Ironically, over Munich, they've got a bigger stadium. They get bigger, higher average attendances. It's just Dortmund in the last 2 and a bit decades have had some issues off the field financially. Even though you've got the 50+1 rule, there have been some money issues with Dortmund. But Bayern have just been able to be that slightly more dominant team in recent times. But Bayern didn't win a single trophy until 1970. Remember that. They weren't successful before Gerd Müller and Beckenbauer. So remember that. They had to rely on like the class 92 United to come through. Who will end the Bayern Bundesliga? Eintracht Frankfurt. They've got that European trophy, which Bayern have been lacking in recent years. They can go, look, we won domestic and European honours. Other than the Bundesliga, we can win silverware. We are good advert for German football. Dortmund. You've got Borussia Mönchengladbach are starting to get a bit tasty again. I think, again, with the congested schedule, Lewandowski leaving, there could be a random team this year. Paris Stade Francais. Are you missing Racing 92 as well? Racing Metro. Do I like B teams? No, I don't. Not in lower leagues. That's what the reserves league is all about. Reserves competition and youth leagues. It does happen abroad. Dortmund should sell Bellingham. No, I think they should keep him. Frankfurt have an Asian team. Could say that, but they won a major trophy they won a couple of major trophies with that Asian team. So, so do Munich. Dortmund have the younger average squad age. I can't understand why Dortmund buy these young forwards all the time, but never young defenders. Because defence, you need maturity. There you go. Mature defenders are better than young defenders, ironically. Look how successful Italy were last year, and Juventus and Inter, those successful Juventus, Inter and AC Milan sides. Christ, you had the ages up of. I mean, the AC Milan side with Maldini, you had Costa Curta, you had Baresi. I mean, they were in there. Some of them were in their full. I mean, Maldini and Costa Curta retired in their 40s, for Christ's sake. Let that sink in. Cannavaro left Juventus when he was 37. Let that sink in. Just let that sink in. You want slightly more mature age defenders and younger attacking players. That's how you win tournament. That's how you win championships. The money problems and talks with other Super League. You see more clubs playing in other leagues. No, but Portugal hates Spain. Will not see Benfica or Sporting or Porto or Braga go, you know what, I like the Spanish league. It won't happen. The Spanish have a very dismissive attitude, all Spanish, even the Catalans and Basque. It's only Portugal. And the Portuguese hate the Spanish for that. You will see crowd disorder at every game, and the rivalry between the two countries, no, it won't happen. Leipzig had a guy, Upamecano, Hakimi was on loan from Real Madrid. Yeah, but it's all well and good but a lot of their successes come from a certain Robert Lewandowski up front as a key focal point, as a veteran leader. And they've just and Franck Ribéry and some other key players who moved on in the last couple of years, and they lost. They did lose 3-1 to Eintracht Frankfurt a few years ago in the cup final, embarrassingly, and showed utter disrespect at the end, which didn't endear them to the rest of the Bundesliga. I can't remember Spanish versus Portuguese club matches. It rarely happens, I will admit. It rarely happens in Europe that you get like Porto or Braga or Benfica, Sporting, um, playing against, let's say, Seville or Betis or Barcelona or whatever. It does rarely happen, I have to admit. It has happened, but it doesn't seem to happen when we have televised games for some reason. Even when it was the ITV, Channel 5, BBC, era of the 90s and the 2000s for European football with Sky, yeah, for some reason just didn't happen when that was the televised game on a Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday night. I will admit, I will agree. Can Serie A teams ever compete in the Champions League again? Yes. Atalanta gave it a good go a couple of years ago, get to the semi-final. Yes. Imagine if Atalanta had got through that final and if they had gone on and won the Champions League with the style of football they play, that would have gone, the world would have gone bananas. And Atalanta are refreshing, Sassuolo are refreshing with how they approach the game. So yes, Serie A teams can win the Champions League again. It's just been Spain and England dominating in the last 15 years. That will come to an end. I just think Portugal and Dutch league struggle. No, because Braga have now broken the stranglehold of the big three, and then there's is it not Fluminense? It's there's another one. And they've got a really name that I always bugger up. There's another Portuguese side which have won league titles in the 90s and stuff and 80s, and I forget their name. It's just the Portuguese league has less, it's a smaller country. The Dutch league, it's the UEFA coefficient, has been hampering Dutch clubs, quite frankly. And the Dutch not qualifying for every major tournament. That is actually another thing. The Dutch haven't qualified for every major tournament in over their time. Italy struggling with youth, which is what they blame for not making the World Cup. You could argue that, but Italian club football had been in decline for a while. The last, I'm going to say 3-4 seasons of Serie A have been really entertaining. And Juventus not winning every year now, and that kind of shake up that's happened. Boavista, that's the one, Boavista. I knew there was something weird about their name, Boavista. Boa being, it's something to do with the river or something, River Tagus. The name Boa being like a snake and Vista being view. How did I forget Boavista? Basically Riverview, I think is basically what that actually means. Boavista, yeah, they're another one. There's another club as well who's won trophies in the Portuguese league. But it's the UEFA coefficient, and clubs like Boavista haven't won for a while. Actually, Turkey's a bit more interesting. I've actually looked into Turkish football, and was it last year? I was fired up with my mate Sam one night, and he was like, "How you doing?" I said, "Yeah, do you want to look at the Turkish league?" And some of the clubs, he's like, "What?" And I was like, "I've got to look at the history of these clubs. You've got Fenerbahce, Besiktas, Galatasaray, Bursaspor. There's actually more than just three big clubs, ironically, historically, but Galatasaray, Fenerbahce, and Besiktas, and Bursaspor are the ones that there's a lot of problems with Turkish football. Corruption is endemic. Stadium infrastructure. There's problems with there. Obviously, the issues with Syria on the border. There's a lot of problems with Turkish football. Let's not even get into that. Have you seen that Italy using the San Siro for their hosting of the? Yep. But they're taking games on the road outside the Stadio Olimpico. That's, I think, something we might consider with Wembley being so heavily criticised, and how Wembley wasn't there between, no Wembley for 6 years when the FA took the 2002 World Cup qualifiers after the Germany qualifying game on the road. So they went to the Stadium of Light, they went to St Mary's, they they played games at Old Trafford, and they took games Trabzonspor. There's about 9 clubs in Istanbul. There's 2 clubs in Ankara. There's a team. I think there's a team in Izmir and on the coast. And so it's not just Istanbul centric, but some of the club names are just mental. That means Trabzon Sport, basically. So the Trabzon's Sport. That's what it means. Sporting club. Have you seen that? Yeah. Well, Italy taking games on the road. It's not the first time they've done that. They work out, okay, what is more, what's a better way to how many fans are we expecting, this kind of thing. And Italy actually get on with us really well, as in the Italian people and the English people. We get on really well. Historically, apart from the Euros, where there was some unsavoury scenes, which really upsets me. I never ever had any problems with any Italians. I've always found the Italians go, "You English? Oh, we love you," and it's just unfortunately. Um, Molineux will be hosting our games this month. It's because Wembley's obviously got obviously had the women's Euros they've got to prep for. They've just had so many playoff finals. They're trying to protect the playing surface, basically. Yeah, Sardinia, same as the Basque Country. The Basques and the Catalans have national sides, but they're not FIFA recognised. They're regional because of basically because Sardinia and Sicily and Aosta and the Friuli region and the Trento region and the Tyrol regions in Italy have special provincial status. Same with Corsica in France and Brittany, and the Basque Country and the Catalans in Spain. They have special regional status. They are allowed to have their own little like national side sort of thing and play in these little fun little competitions they occasionally play in, because they are dual national provinces and things like that. They're special autonomous provinces. And Sardinia is one of the places. I work with a Sardinian, actually. I work with a guy whose parents are Sardinian, and his name is Roland Pani. I work with a guy of Sardinian heritage. He's so funny. He's all right. He's a character. He's one of those characters that you find um, out and about. But no, Sardinia, Cagliari have won the Serie A title back in 1970, breaking up Inter's dominance. They had a great Gigi Riva playing for them. So I've got a history video on Cagliari. And teams that have won their domestic league just won. The fall of the Chinese Football League, multiple reasons: match fixing, a ridiculously low salary cap. Some of the players they signed, some of the coaches they signed on ridiculous salaries for a league that averages an attendance of like five blokes and a dog. No, seriously, um, um, the Chinese Super League, one of the most corrupt leagues. The match fixing, constant, the corruption of officials. The head of the Chinese FA is done for corruption. Money, it's no. Any player who goes there is just damaging their reputation. Um, um, could Sardinia have its own official? It's a bit confusing. Could you see them becoming UEFA members? Well, because officially, when you enter Sardinia, you're not entering with us. But then you could argue all the German states are technically separate countries, like Nord Rhine-Westphalia, where I was born, is a German state in a federation. You're arguing then the Federated States of Australia, because that's actually the Federation and Commonwealth of Australia, because Western Australia joined Federation. The US, Bavaria, yeah. You could argue Bavaria, Saxony, the Rhineland-Westphalia, Schleswig-Holstein, which is Hamburg. You could argue then because it's a federation of states in Germany. Tassie, yeah. But when you have your passport, you've got an Italian passport, a German passport, an Australian passport, US passport. even people from Northern Ireland, British passport. Even though we have all these regional state and devolved governments. Um, no, I don't think it happens because you need to have a separate football association. There you go. And you need to have your own separate league. Even though FC Vaduz, for example, play in the Swiss system, there is a separate Liechtenstein league and there is a separate Liechtenstein FA that governs the game domestically in Liechtenstein, and the same with the Welsh and Scotland. Scotland, not a single Scottish club plays in England. But Wales, they do have a separate FA, but those Welsh clubs that have decided to play under English FA rules cannot compete in Welsh sanctioned FA competitions. So there you go. So a Welsh sanctioned club under the Welsh FA cannot play in the English FA Cup. And those clubs that play in the English league system that are Welsh, for example, cannot play in a Welsh sanctioned cup competition. There you go. How did you? So Sardinia, they may have their own separate FA, but if Cagliari play in the Serie A system and they haven't got their own separate league, which they don't because the lower level clubs all play in the Italian league system. So it's Gretna and Athletic did, but for whatever reason they joined the I think Air at one point wanted to join the English league system as well. Abu Dhabi and Dubai, yes, because they're 7 separate emirates. Dubai and Abu Dhabi, technically, it's 7 separate principalities, technically, if we're going by European standards. I know that sounds weird, but they share the same currency and they all actually share the same parliament. There you go. It's the same with what else has got a weird system? Brazil is the same actual government system as the US. It's separate states and they have separate local assembly. Italy is technically a republic. It used to be a kingdom, but now it's a republic. You've got the Aosta, Südtirol, Sardinia, Sicilia, they all technically are classed as autonomous provinces with special privileges. Gibraltar, yeah, they've got a separate FA. The Channel Islands is, for me, hang on a second, I've got a very annoying bug that is going to die. The Channel Islands, yes, again, I believe they play under the English FA system. They don't have a separate football association. But yes, I do understand. It's the same with the Basques and the Catalans. They have their own separate assemblies, like devolved. It's Spain. Every province or every region has its own parliament. Isle of Man, yeah, Isle of Man. They crown dependencies, so they can compete in the Commonwealth Games. But when it comes to politics, they have their own devolved parliaments. So the Channel Islands have their own little assemblies, like local council kind of level. Yep, Anglesey is technically still part of Wales. It's weird. I could go on forever, but when it comes to FIFA recognition, it's only been recently that Kosovo has got its UEFA and FIFA recognition, and it's not fully recognised yet by the UN as a fully independent sovereign nation. And so therefore, Kosovo has got, I think, sort of, is it part of UEFA yet? I can't remember if it is or not. But in the initial years of the breakup of Yugoslavia, countries like Slovenia, Croatia, Serbia, Montenegro. Serbia and Montenegro, for example, played together as united as a nation in 2006, but then post 2006 they separated there officially and legally. Russia, I don't know, but well, Russia does not. Well, Russia's not recognised. Let's leave the Russians out of this, Russia, shall we? Because they're sort of banned from everything internationally at the moment. Well, look, you've got Bessarabia or the what's the thing in Moldova? The there's that little nation in Moldova that is literally just the east bank of the river. Um, it's mad, isn't it? Kosovo, if well, they're away for sanctions. There we go. Shall we bring the old Soviet Union up? Well, Putin wants to bring that back, doesn't he? He's not having a very good time of it. Generally, when Russia fails in conflicts, the ruling elite get overthrown. So and there's a revolution. So the Russia-Japanese War, 1905, 1906 revolution, ring a bell? 1917 revolution, kind of with the history of Russia. If you fail in conflict, invading someone, you generally get deposed and murdered. Just putting it out there. 20 years since the last World Cup trophy comes to attitude or poor tactics. I'm assuming we're discussing Brazil, yes? Um, Brazil. I think it's the style of play they're trying to force the Brazilian players to play. They did better when they actually had more players based in Brazil, ironically, than coming to Europe. Um, it's been noticeable that they've only won twice since the Premier League era, which is 94 and 2002. We're so buggered in Europe, aren't we? Bless us. Europe's a fun place because the European Union says it's united, but really it's a bunch of nations that all distrust and hate each other. Um, Historically and even now, but pretend we're smiling a lot. But in reality, the average European doesn't really want the EU. So funny. Um, Uruguay, the most. Yes, you could argue Uruguay is a nation that's definitely overachieved massively, but you know, look at some of the players that they produced: Forlan, Cavani, Suarez, Chavanton. There's one that people forget about is Chavanton. Muslera in goal, world-class goalkeeper on his for when he was at the peak of his powers back in 2010 and 2014. Shall I go on? They had also and Chavanton was part of when Forlan was a young player coming through, was their top striker. They had a great crop of players come through in the 90s and the 2000s, the 2010s that all came through together, and Cavani and Suarez are still banging the goals in now. Um, So they were very fortunate as a nation. They had a good group of players come through at the same time. Much like Man United with the class of '92, snooker with the players that O'Sullivan, Higgins, Williams that all came through at the same time in the '90s. Yes, Hungary should have won a World Cup. Yeah, in the Puskás era. Yes, the mighty Mygars as they were known in 50 was it 58 or 54? It was 54. Yes, the Puskás era. Yes. Um, but then Holland should have won in 74 and 78, shouldn't they? If we're going by, they should have won. Yes, there's why it's called the Puskás Award and things like that. Yes, the Puskás Stadium. But then we're basically saying, Holland should have won in 74 and 78 because they played the most attractive style of football and they had the best individual player in the world. Or we're saying Argentina should have won in 2014 because Messi played for them. It's like, what? Just because you might have a team of superstars doesn't necessarily mean you should win the tournament. As Brazil have found out many, many times. In '82, they had Socrates, they had Zico, and they lost because they couldn't defend. And they lost a game which was a thriller because Italy knew how to defend and counter-attack. And they scored 2 goals. Italy scored 3. It's how it is. So and Holland, I mean, I think of Lampard's goals, Gerrard. Yeah, you can be brilliant individual players at club level, and you can have those amazing. I mean, we beat Germany 5-1 in Munich. We can have those amazing individual moments, and people forget we beat Germany 1-0 in Euro 2000, and Alan Shearer scored the only goal in Charleroi, but that was a shit tournament for both sides, and both sides, since then. Yeah, luck is also needed, but also it's. I always say this: you can put a team of superstars together and they play like shit. as Brazil found out in many World Cups. They didn't. They fell apart in crucial moments. The close until they won in '94, the closest they came was '74 after 1970. So they had a 24-year drought, 24-year drought in between tournament wins. And that's in kin. So it's all well and good having like maybe one of the best players in the world in his given position or in his era, or a team, or the Galacticos era at Real Madrid is remembered for they didn't win as much as Luis Figo didn't win as much as people realise. He never won the Ballon d'Or. I did a video history on Luis Figo. Yeah, check out my Luis Figo video, guys. You'll be surprised how little he actually wins in his career. You would think he's won more because he plays for Real Madrid. How little he wins. And the '70s, Real Madrid didn't win a single European trophy in the '70s, or even the '80s. I think there was a period where Real Madrid didn't win anything, and then they got that Galacticos era, and then there was the period with Barcelona with Sir Bobby Robson as manager, and he won 3 trophies in a season, and they still sacked him. Let that sink in as well. My favourite club fixture, was Blackburn Burnley because it's we're playing the enemy. I don't give a toss what league we're in. If it's Blackburn Burnley, we're kicking the crap out of each other in the stands and on the pitch. I remember when Mark Hughes was playing for us and he stamped on the goalie's head. We won 5-1, and there was 562 arrests that day because Lancashire police were like, bloody hell. Who thought this were a good idea having Burnley play at Blackburn at the same bloody time? And Jesus. There you go. And that's my favourite fixture. Literally. I don't care if it's not made for TV, and I don't care if it's not a Premier League fixture and we're not both going for title. I do not care. You could give me Boca River Plate, but I don't. I'm a neutral in that. I couldn't give a toss. For me, it's when my team are playing our biggest rival. Changed my mind. Will Argentina ever get a Lions tour win the World Cup? I think host the World Cup should be the question. I think they deserve a Lions tour. I think that's long overdue. If the Lions is to continue to be this brand every 4 years, in between a World Cup cycle, Argentina has to be considered, and also Fiji, Samoa, and Tonga, do the Pacific Islands, or have at least, if you're going to base yourself over New Zealand or Australia, but the 3 Pacific Islands play the Lions, like the rugby league did. How do I feel about the Lions team? Well, league or union? Because rugby league, they ignored it for over a decade, 12 years, and the first tour back was an absolute shambles. And we didn't even play Australia or New Zealand. We got slaughtered by Papua New Guinea. We got slaughtered. Oh, did we play New Zealand? I know we lost. Well, look, if a Lions team is losing to Papua New Guinea, that shows how bad the rugby league's situation has got with the Super League. Rugby union, put it on free-to-air coverage, please, because Sky is killing the Sky TV is now killing the Lions brand, putting it behind a paywall. When you watch the Lions, are you focusing on where the player's home nation is? No, no. I'm not. In theory, they should be the best players in their position out of the 4 home nations. In theory, in practice, it's Gatland's favourites, or it was historically. It was Gatland's favourites. So there was a lot of Welsh players in there for some reason. Yeah, that's my point. Do they have the player depth though? If they can play well in advance, then the Lions tour for Argentina. Yeah, Argentina are a damn good side, and they. Do you not remember Hernandez, Sanchez, the fly half? Corletto, fullback. They've had some great players come out of Argentina, and yes, they do, because there's a reason why they've got to semi-finals in the World Cup and they battered the French back in 2007, and they got the semi-finals in 20. There's a reason why Argentina are, and it is if you're going to go to South Africa and you're going to go to Australia and you're going to go to New Zealand, go to Argentina. Argentinian rugby needs the money. It will help with further investment, and you know, without Argentina, the 2007 and 2015 World Cups are crap. And in my opinion, they're not the same spectacle because just that's my personal opinion. Are Georgia going to progress? I think to a point, yes. We'll see. We'll see how the next phase of the next 10 years, 10, 12 years goes. But yes, Scotland only have one player. Scotland aren't good enough. Sorry, they're not. Do you think if Euro can get better level, it would help out? Yes, absolutely. Well, it is literally South America. It's Argentina, a closing gap to the best Uruguayan players because the Argentina B team regularly, so their up and coming players regularly play Uruguay, and they're starting to lose to Uruguay. Actually, Uruguay have actually beaten South America as the top ranked South American team at points in their history. And there used to be a South American version of Six Nations, which Uruguay have won a couple of times. And then there's a clear gap to Chile and Brazil. But Uruguay, to Brazil, they play it. They play it. And they've got some decent players. They've got a good sevens program, which is crucial. And it's been played in Brazil for a long time, just not at the highest level, which is the problem. And that's where I think rugby union hasn't done enough to grow the game properly and sustainably at tier 2 and tier 3 level. Okay. Romania. There's a reason for that, and that was centralised government funding in the 70s and 80s from the Ceausescu regime. Obviously, that funding's tailed off. But look at the Romanian football side and the rugby side in the 90s. Hagi, Petrescu, and Adrian Mutu, I think, is the end of that production line when he's coming through at Fiorentina and Chelsea. No, the Romanian sport, the reason why we had Gheorghe Hagi when we did at the 94 World Cup and the 98 World Cup alongside Dan Petrescu and Popescu and other players, and then obviously Adrian Mutu comes on a few years later, is because of that. And Steaua Bucharest win the European Cup, by the way. Steaua are one of the few sides, alongside Red Star Belgrade, not from one of 7 leagues, 8 leagues if you count Celtic, to win the European Cup. Steaua won the European Cup. Hagi. Just let mic drop. There's a reason for that, and it goes back to the Ceausescu regime and the state funding. Rugby popular in Germany. It's played at a decent semi-pro amateur level in Germany. Yes, reckon the same rivalry with their football would encourage other South American countries as well. Look, Uruguay and Argentina are lights out ahead in comparison. But Chile, I think, is a good rivalry they could develop, and Chile are a bit better, and therefore, and if Chile beat the US, that really. Brazil have beaten the US as well, and Canada. Brazil have beaten the US and Canada. They've got a scary scrum. But it's about developing the game, and this is where Royal Rugby have got it wrong, and this is where Augustin Pichot was right, in my opinion. Is there's too much money in at the top end of the game in a handful of pockets. It needs to be better distributed to the tier 2 and tier 3 nations, and their domestic league systems, growing the game to make it more professional. And he was, and Augustin Pichot was right. Brazil's got the interest. They've got the interest. It's about developing it and nurturing it, and it is about developing, nurturing, and caring for it. They play rugby in Peru, for Christ's sake. Che Guevara's played rugby in Argentina and Uruguay and Brazil. He was an outside centre, by the way. The good old Che Guevara. Um, bear that in mind. Good old commie. Good old communist paramilitary Che Guevara. Or freedom fighter, depending on your point of view. Uruguay and Chile, there is a bit of a gap to Brazil, and then there's a further gap to what is the rest. But it's there. It needs. But Augustine Pichot back in 2019 was absolutely right. Rugby union is turning into football, and not in a good way. Uruguay home stadium is nuts. Tough place to win. Um, yeah, they've actually played rugby union matches there as well for Uruguay um, in their history. Um, but no, yes, footballing wise, that stadium hosted the 1950 World Cup final. Oh no, 1930 World Cup final. Sorry, not 1950. That was the Maracanã. Because the Maracanã was built for the World Cup final. No, the that stadium hosted the first ever World Cup final. Yes, South American football is a bit tasty. Um, but no, when it comes to rugby development, Brazil are lacking even behind Chile. But the players they've got are give it their best. I'm not. I've seen Brazil play, and I tell you, they are entertaining to watch. They do try and run it every time. Kicking is not on their radar because they're sevens program. They want to run everything, which is so refreshing to watch. I love it when a back three kicks gone, fullback or wingers caught the ball like that, and their first choice is to pass and run, or just to run it. Pass, move, run, and not kick. Just run it back. And the other two outside backs, be it the other two wingers, the winger, fullback, they form an overlap, and they want to run. That's how Brazil want to. Brazil want to play like it's sevens. So they've got a very mobile forward pack. It's really fun. Um, do we think Brazil was at the same level as Argentina when they beat Argentina? Oh God, if they really put their minds to it and they realised, they really went, actually, we could do something here. Um, then that would be a fantastic. That would be a bloodbath because Uruguay would go, well, we're already developing. We want to pick. Imagine having a three-way. Oh, and Chile would be like, hang on, no, hang on a second. We're in for this because the funny thing is, all those countries all had brutal military dictatorships, and whenever one of them, does something, it gets a bit tasty, and they all want a piece of it. And then you want to play at countries like Paraguay to join in. That would be just insane. Just Latin America's mad because apart from Guyana and Suriname, they all speak Spanish or Portuguese, mostly Spanish, and they're all bloody insane and quite militant about it. Their fans are mad. But no, if Brazil really took investing in rugby unions more, they have taken it seriously, but got extra money, extra sponsorship, better investment from World Rugby, more in a better TV deal. Uruguay would go, oh no, we can't have this. We can't have the two big neighbours bullying us. We are going to be better. Um, but Uruguay have definitely taken their rugby union massively seriously. Their best players play in France, and Major League Rugby's they're playing at a higher standard than domestically. They're not going to tolerate allowing Brazil to be better than them. Um, but the problem is World Rugby has allowed a couple of Northern Hemisphere leagues, and I'm going to say three of them, to unbalance the rest of the global game. So it's the English Premiership, it's the United Rugby Championship, and it's the French League. And mostly the French League and the English Premiership, and to a certain extent, Rugby Championship with some of the, especially the Irish and South Africa joining, but the Irish and Italian sides for some reason are better run than Scotland and especially Wales is bankrupt. But they put the whole of the Southern Hemisphere, and then you forget in Japan. So the Japanese league, the three European leagues I've mentioned, have put a lot of stresses on Australia, New Zealand, and South Africa because South Africa have left Super Rugby. So the Super Rugby format's collapsed. So now it's Australia, New Zealand, and the Pacific Islands have their Super Rugby. The state of the game profession in Argentina is now at club level is a bit, but they're trying to encourage this South American version of Major League Rugby, and Super Rugby to develop in Argentina and Uruguay and Chile and Brazil, which is fine, and I can see that benefiting. But the Japanese league and the Western European leagues, with obviously South Africa joining Pro League now, has definitely put the game out of kilter because the Southern Hemisphere leagues cannot sustain the wages that France, England, Ireland, and Italy can pay. And now Major League Rugby is up and running with financial backing. Eventually, Major League Rugby will be like, money, money. And because they've now got the World Cup coming up in 9 years' time, trust me, Major League Rugby is going to want to pick up as much top quality talent as they can, like the MLS did post '94 World Cup. And I think there you go. If Argentina wins the World Cup, would it wake Brazil up? Absolutely. Brazil can't, be better than Argentina. Can't be better than Brazil. That's a thing called a World Cup. Can't be allowed. Now I don't. Well, I think it would wake up the Brazilian Union are aware of where they are in the world. The Brazilian governing body, Brazilian Federation, are aware of where Brazilian Rugby Union's at. They already get assistance from World Rugby. They already are aware that Uruguay, Chile, and definitely Argentina are a step above them in organisation and ability and player base. So they're aware of their station, in the world and the gap that they've got to close. The fact that Chile have got a World Cup playoff to qualify for next year's World Cup and Brazil aren't involved in that, again, that gap is there. The fact that Uruguay are so far ahead of Chile and the US and Canada. Venezuela. I think Bolivia or Venezuela. And if you're counting Guyana and Suriname, but Venezuela for the Latin South American nations. No, Peru, no, better. Peru's better. Venezuela. For me, Venezuela. I would say Peru have got a better history in international competition than I would say. I'll go Venezuela. If we're counting Guyana and Suriname, then I would say Suriname. But no, we're going Venezuela. No, that's just generally in sports. Because Guyana play obviously in the West Indies for the Chandapal and Ramesh Sawan famously played for the West Indies, man. Chandapal and Sawan play cricket for the West Indies, and that's their national sport. And the West Indies are pretty good at cricket. Let's not lie. And Suriname don't really do much in the level of sport. So Guyana's got a decent sporting pedigree, but out of South America, if we're going for Latin South America, it'd be Venezuela. South America as a whole, Suriname. So yeah, do your geography. The country, 2 countries along from Venezuela on the north coast, Suriname. That for me is because French Guiana is technically part of France. So there you go. No, they are an independent state and they have been for a very long time. Suriname. The Dutch have no involvement there anymore. It's all independent. But Suriname is for me the weakest of the South American nations because French Guiana is the only part of South America that's still a colony because it's part of France. Suriname have been because it used to be called Dutch Guyana and Dutch Suriname until the 80s, I think. They're not involved with the West Indies cricket because that's Guyana. I don't know if it's World Cup qualifying if they qualify under the CONCACAF. I think they qualify under CONCACAF for football, but they're not very good at that either. And there's not been a lot of development into professional sport to Suriname. Whereas in Guyana, West Indies cricket, Georgetown, they have obviously hosted test matches in Georgetown in Guyana. Cricket World Cup matches have been played in Guyana. and Chanderpaul and Ramnaresh Sarwan are from Guyana. So there you go. British Virgin Islands, the corruption there, that's a separate conversation for the other channel. The whole government's been done for corruption and being fired to do with drug smuggling. The British, let's not talk about British Virgin Islands. It's not good. But that's not part of my thoughts on that. It's for the other channel. But yeah, the whole government being sacked because of corruption. But that's been the islands are beautiful. Is government is corrupt as hell, and that was reported over a decade ago. Guys, they're using drug money. they're allowing drug smuggling. They're all crooks. No, they're not. And it turns out, no, they're caught by the FBI and the DEA being crooks. Do you think Mexico have missed their chance to join Copa America? They've slipped slightly, even though they qualified the World Cup. Yeah, but then you could argue that the whole of Central America should join the Copa America system and the South American qualifying, which then completely devalues CONCACAF. And the rest of CONCACAF would have to vote on them moving, much like Australia applied to leave Oceania and go through to World Cup qualifying that way. Saint Martin and Saint Martin. Yes, one half is Dutch, one half is British. Yeah, something to do with the Napoleonic Wars and going. You have that bit, we have this bit. It's like the US Virgin Islands as well. Part of that was Danish. There you go. There was a Danish colony in the Tobago was a Duchy of Courland. There you go. What is now part of Kaliningrad. There you go. Had a colony over in the Caribbean. So Denmark had the Danish Caribbean. We're getting weird now. Let's go back to sport. Back to sport. Back to sport. Back to sport. Crazy to think that Hawaii is a US state given it's closer to Japan than America. Yes, it is weird. It only became a state in 1958 alongside Alaska, and it's the only state in the US that has the British flag on it still. There you go. It's got the British flag as part of the state flag. And they've never got rid of that. The Hawaiians is the University of Hawaii. The stadium is falling down because of the steel being a weaker grade of steel that's with the climatic conditions on the island. And how many Hawaiians are part of, let's say, the US soccer team, football, obviously, rugby union? How many Hawaiians actually compete for the US at international level in any sport? I think there's a lot of Hawaiians in the NFL. But Hawaii in sport, that's an interesting one because their collegiate program of the University of Hawaii, the stadium is falling down. So they have a problem with sporting infrastructure. They're very isolated from the rest of the US. So because of their location, same with Alaska as well. They're one of 20 states not to have a major league sports franchise. There you go. There's something to do with Hawaii. I think it's something. 1898 was when the last monarch of Hawaii reigned, and then it became a U.S. overseas territory. And then obviously World War II became a naval base, Pearl Harbor, etc., Pacific Fleet. But in 1958 they voted for statehood. So they go. Wales or Ukraine? I'm just watching the game. I'll be just watching the game, and I don't know. I think Wales playing a friendly at a lower intensity without that emotion, and Ukraine having all that emotion against Scotland. How much that's taken out of the Ukrainians? Do they get over emotional? Do they have enough mental fatigue over Wales? Wales are like, okay, we played a friendly, lower intensity. We've just rotated the side a little bit. Keep the powder dry with Aaron Ramsey and Gareth Bale. Aaron Ramsey played 5 minutes of the Europa League final. Gareth Bale didn't kick a ball in the Europa League final. So keep the powder dry with that. They're big superstars. Put them on the field. So we'll see. Oh, I think the thunderstorm's getting close. We've got a chance of a thunderstorm tonight, and the rain is so humid out. It's about 20 degrees. So I'll be sticking my head out the back door saying thunderstorms coming because we have a chance. We have a chance of thunderstorms tonight. In regards to look, rugby league or rugby union would be fantastic in Hawaii. Absolutely fantastic. So we'll see. I mean, Can you imagine if the NRL took a game to Hawaii? Because it's better. It's good for time zone. Um, Definitely good for time zone. But again, um, it's a shame more pro. There's no pro sport team in Hawaii. Also, imagine if like they did sort out the stadium, for example, in Hawaii, because it needs massive maintenance and uh, development. Can you imagine if Hawaii was a World Cup destination, the FIFA World Cup? How mad that would be. Bearing in mind the East Coast is 5 hours behind us, so 6 hours behind the rest, most of mainland Europe. I think Spain and us and Portugal are on the same time zone. The rest of mainland Europe, for the most part, is an hour to 2 hours ahead of us. So that's 6 to 7 hours ahead of the East Coast. But can you imagine? Can you imagine Hawaii being used as one of the World Cup stadiums? That'd be fantastic because because the climate out there, it's a tropical climate. That would be just it'd be bonkers, but it's like 10 out you would have to it wouldn't work for logistics, which is a shame because it's so Hawaii obviously is an undervalued state, I feel, by the US. Um, has Bale played football this half of the season yet? I don't know. I think he's well, look, he's now a free. He's another one of those players who's available on a free. If Wales don't qualify for the World Cup, he retires. In my opinion, if they do, he retires after the World Cup. Um, Hawaii University, yes, no, University of Hawaii does have a good college football program. Um, there are some players of Hawaiian heritage or American Samoan heritage playing in the NFL who come through that system. Um, am I patriotic? I suppose having lived in 3 countries and technically 4 countries if you count Germany, being in West Germany. Yeah, technically one that the country I was born in has ceased to exist. Technically, as technically. Um, um, Kiwis, no, it's Polynesian Maori. Maori is slightly different to Polynesian and Melanesian and Micronesian. They're part of the Polynesian family of cultures and backgrounds, but uh, Maori is a slightly different Melanesian, Polynesian culture. It's slightly different. Hawaii's it's how they branched out. It's slightly different. And there's some South American influences they believe on like places like Easter Island and places like that. So there's and the Aboriginal Australians. It's slightly different. Imagine England got a World Cup going to Hawaii. 50,000 England fans go. We'll destroy the island. Federer not on the list for Wimbledon. I think I think the I think Federer. Yeah, I think he's gone on a bit too long. I think Federer should have retired maybe a year or two earlier. I think he should have retired by before COVID. I think 2019. I think should have been Federer going. I'm retiring now. Maybe even 2020, the Olympics, for example, playing at the Olympics and then retiring at the Olympics. If you could win an Olympic gold medal in Tokyo, I think that could have been Federer retire done, retire on a high. Um, but he might go on the wild card, but he's not fully qualified. No. Well, it's up to him really. I mean, he's been a fantastic servant of the sport for over 20 years. Um, but Laura Robson called it a day because of injuries, and she didn't win all those titles. So it's a measure of him. But then Nadal and Djokovic and Murray could have all retired in the last couple of years, and they haven't, and they've had injuries, and they've played through it. And Andy Murray's had a hip replacement, basically. He's had a full hip reconstruction. Um, so I think just got that hint in there. Andy Murray's had a full hip replacement in his early 30s. There's a reason why Andy Murray's not as good a player as he was before. He's had his whole hip reconstructed. They've taken a chunk of bone out of his hip. Um, which is what the same operation. I think Laura Robson had the same operation on her hip, basically a hip replacement. So bear that in mind. He needs a statue. It doesn't matter that he's Swiss before people. Yeah, no, he will get one of those statues. Like Rod Laver's got a statue. You know, there's a reason why Andy Murray fell off. His hip's been rebuilt. His ankle is buggered. Del Potro, his knees. He's had three. Del Potro, for example, has had 3 knee replacements on one knee and 2 on the other. Del Potro's buggered. He tried to play on half a leg. Was it the semi-final or final against Murray? Because Murray's won Wimbledon twice. There was one of the finals. Murray beat Del Potro, and Del Potro is playing on one leg. And when I say playing on one leg, he's in agony. You can see in Del Potro, he's trying to play on one leg, and he's seriously done. And I tell you now, Juan Martin Del Potro, one of the most underrated players, but if his knees weren't destroyed. Can you compare different generations, different eras? The sport has evolved. You got the old wooden rackets when McEnroe and Connors are playing against each other, and Bjorn Borg, to the early metal rackets, and then your Sampras era and Agassi. I think you can't. I don't think you can, because the level of, you know, the fitness levels, the diets, it's all different. All different. That's why I like going back in the history, saying they were a good side at this point, or imagine this player playing now. Imagine if let's say Bobby Orr had the equipment NHL players have now, would his knees have been destroyed? Probably. He probably would have played an extra 3-4 years. Bearing in mind the year that Bobby Orr is born, Gordie Howe plays his first game has already been playing in the NHL for a couple of years. The year Bobby Orr retires, Gordie Howe is still playing. So imagine if Gordie Howe played till he was 51. Gordie Howe. Gordie Howe played for 33 years as a professional ice hockey player in both the NHL and WHO. Yeah. Jaromir Jagr is the only guy to play into his 50s professionally. So I'm going to drop that little might drop in there. Jagr is the closest we're going to get to a Gordie Howe, Mr. Hockey, Jaromir Jagr. And some football players play into their 40s. Look at some of the career videos I've done. So some players played over 24, 25 years. So when you're saying they're playing longer now, no, there's always been that handful of players that play into their early 40s. Always been a guy who plays 24, 25 years. Look at some of the club history videos I've done where I've done player stats of most appearances. Ron Atkinson. Ron Atkinson, former Man United manager, former Sky Sports commentator, played over 20 years at Oxford United. Pete Sampras is a different one. There was also personal reasons why he decided to retire when he did. Jimmy Anderson, Jimmy Anderson, but then there's been some cricketers before Jimmy Anderson going back 2 decades. Don Bradman played to his 50s. Just dropping that one there. Don Bradman played to his 50s. I wouldn't say they play longer now necessarily. Some of the careers, whatever you make of it, some players did play a bit longer than you realise. Maldini, for example. There you go. And he retired over a decade ago. Maldini. He's in his mid-50s now. He played till he was like 43. Definitely. So, Stanley Matthews. Yeah. Van der Sar. Yeah, he's a goalkeeper. I think Fontana played as Dino Zoff. Fontana was the goalkeeper for Lazio. He played till I remember his last season, he was about to turn 44. So there is that. Van der Sar is another one, yes. There are some that just Peter Shilton. Petr Cech, no, not quite. Not on the same level as Shilton and Van der Sar. He did last a long time. He had a lot of injuries though, but he did last a long time for Chelsea and Arsenal in the Premier League. Absolutely. But there's always every generation, every era has that player or handful of players that play longer than everyone else. Um, would I scrap penalties? No. What in game or as a decider, there's got to be a point where you've got to go player welfare. We're taking penalties now. We've done the extra time. You're out on your feet. We're not playing another full match on top of what we played. But it has at some point player welfare goes no. It's like the longest overtime in ice hockey, in professional ice hockey, was in the AHL, and they went to was it 6 or 8 overtimes they went to, and the goalies were making like 80, 90 saves in a game or something. And it was a couple of years ago in the AHL playoffs. The longest hockey match went to 8 overtimes. Well, we're talking 6, 7, 8, stupid amount in professional hockey. There does come a point where like this is ridiculous. No, I didn't like the golden goal. I didn't like that. I didn't like the silver goal. Didn't like the golden goal. There's a reason why FIFA got rid of that. Too North American for the European fan base. Remember FA Cup semi-final replays? Yes, I do. I think I'm just old enough that FA Cup final replays was still a thing, even though it only happened. The last time it happened was in with Palace against Liverpool in 1990, I believe. But the FA Cup final replay was still technically an option until I think Premier League era, so 92, 93. Yeah, they've done that. They've done that before because at the time it's like the Charity Shield was shared in 1954. I found out because they didn't have a penalty shootout on as part of the rules. The first time a penalty shootout was used in competition was in the 60s. Was meant to be in the 1966 final. Was the first time the penalty shootout was actually on the rule book, and the first time we saw a penalty shootout at the World Cup, avoiding extra time, was 1990. But the first time we had a penalty shootout at the World Cup was 1982 between France and West Germany. So there you go. Would I scrap any domestic tournament? I wouldn't scrap the League Cup, but I would pressure UEFA to bring back the Cup Winners' Cup. The League Cup, I wouldn't scrap that, no. I would definitely get rid of the two-legged semi-finals. I would scrap all replays, and therefore you've already reduced some fixture congestion. I know that hampers the lower league teams, but no, I'll keep the League Cup. That's France though. Who cares about the French league? As we're already, the French don't even care about their domestic football. They have a TV deal. They claim they're one of these big 5 leagues in Europe, but they don't even have a TV deal domestically. They have one national carrier that has 2 games per season, and then they sell the rest to Amazon, which is 8. They don't have that. They're the only. They don't have a TV deal. They don't have a TV deal in France, so might drop that. I wouldn't reduce the leagues, no, because you've got too many clubs, and then you damage the player development, youth development, and the grassroots. I wouldn't reduce the leagues, no. What did I think about Real's reaction to the Mbappe deal? Made me laugh. The amount of times Real Madrid have got away with tapping up, which is outside of transfer window, tapping up a player. Just desserts for the European Super League. At least PSG had some dignity in not signing up to that crap. The thing is, though, and I will say this: when UEFA's new spending rules come into force, PSG can't sign a Messi, sign a Neymar, sign an Mbappe. And it's going to cause problems. I can see Pochettino being out the door. I can see Leonardo as performance director being sacked. I can see him going because he's signed off. Leonardo has signed off on all this stuff, and there's a reason why Thomas Tuchel is no longer at PSG. Imagine the League Cup, make FA Cup games have no replays, and increase the Premier League to 25 teams. Saw that on Reddit. You can now have an odd team league. That's why I don't understand the ring fencing of the Premiership. Um, and can't work. Uh, I would scrap the playoffs. Yes, 3 up, 3 down. That's a revenue ploy because the seventh best team in the league can get promoted, earn 175 million for one game, which is more than the prize money for the top two in the league get combined. Nah. Then you would have to scrap the League Cup, FA Cup, and it'd be more of a voluntary entry then, wouldn't it? Teams would have to go, okay, therefore, if a team is in Europe that season, they can't play in the FA Cup and League Cup. That would be how you would do it then. And suddenly players, I've got less of a chance of winning silverware? Absolutely not. Um, yeah, that's what I mean. If you've got a bigger league and you've got teams playing in Europe, those teams that aren't playing in Europe, okay, they can play for the FA Cup and League Cup then, and those teams that are qualified for Europe at whatever point cannot. Suddenly, you'll see players go, "But I want to win everything. I want to win a league and cup double, or I want to do a domestic clean sweep." Can't do it. Suddenly, you affects how you can sign. How many teams in the NHL is 32? NFL is 30. And there's been proposals put out before of a 40-team NHL and a 40-team NFL. Like literally, when expansion's been happening in the past, I'm like, well, how big can we make this league? And there's some arguments that in the 90s and the 2000s, the NHL expanded too quickly. And this is the argument the MLS has had. That it's relied on expansion to improve its product rather than actually stabilise and yeah, the Premier League won't increase because it used to be 22. Yes, that's when Blackburn were the last team. I think Blackburn were the last team to win it as a 22-team league. So it was actually harder to win in the first 4 seasons of its existence. No, it won't go to 18 because the TV company actually would be then offering less money to the Premier League because you've got less fixtures. That's why Scottish football's so crap, is because you have not enough fixtures for the TV company to pay the money. There you go. That's why it stays at 20, TV company. That's why when Man United and Liverpool suggested shrinking it to 18, the other clubs were like, "You're just costing us TV money then," at a time when revenues are already under stress. Well done. Yeah, and clubs will take all action for years. There is a thought, how about we scrap the Premier League and go back to the Football League? Readmit those clubs to the Football League, make it a 92 Football League structure again. 92-team Football League structure. There is no. If you drop to 18, you'd have to restructure the Football League to 74 teams. Second to that, their league's already at 24 for size. So suddenly you've got to make a 26-team league, which doesn't work for fixturing. Or you would have to have 2 teams drop out and go down to the National League, or you bring the National League in, which is at a 20-team league. Yeah, that was. And both teams were owned by Americans. Ironically, that means your TV deal is worth a hell of a lot less. Hell of a lot less. Yeah. Which is why the German promotion relegation system is different, because they're an 18-team league, and that's why their promotion relegation system is different, because it makes up those lost fixtures. That's why you have one team down, one team straight up, and then you have second team. There's playoffs in there to avoid. It gets really complicated, the German promotion relegation system, but it actually makes up for a handful of those lost fixtures. Hence, it's weird. Weird how the German system works. Just is. And they have got stupid amounts of regional leagues. Really, every state has regional state leagues. It's bizarre in Germany below the third tier. Your head explodes. No, your head explodes below the German third tier. It's like, what? But no, if you reduce the size of the league, you reduce the size of the TV deal. And the clubs want to make as much money as possible. So that's why that idea was completely brain dead. Completely brain dead. And it was Man United and Liverpool, and the rest of the league told them to. That's basically what happened. The rest of the league told them to stuff it. And then 6 months later, the European Super League came out, and guess who were behind that? Man United, Liverpool, Real Madrid. They were pushing it, and the rest of the league told them to stuff it. The rest of Europe told them to stuff it. Hence why Man United and Liverpool are so hated, and Real Madrid are so hated across Europe. And now Barcelona, that used to be beloved in Europe, now are hated as a toxic entity. And what has actually come out about Barcelona and the workings and the machinations is um, there you go. The English Pyramid is, yeah, because we've got the most depth, because we have the most registered clubs and the most registered players. Who knew? We invented the sport. Um, every village has got a football club, it seems. Yeah, the pyramid's too big, and the reason why the Premier League started is there was a breakdown, in the relationship between 16 clubs originally broke away from the Football League, and then they had to make the league a little bit more competitive with the TV deal they wanted to get with Sky, so they invited another six to join them, including the three that were relegated and the three that would have got promoted. There you go. No, I wouldn't say there's too many clubs and too many leagues. I just think that the Football League, um, failed in the build up to '92 in governing the game properly and making sure that the situation was better. The Premier League has, I think, damaged the game. Not initially what they thought, but the TV. If they were to merge back with the Football League, I think the TV deal, the money would suddenly be better distributed. Uh, yeah, I think the Football League, Premier League need to re-merge, and it should be the FA governing the league structure, with the Football League being like the corporate body that sorts out the sponsorship arrangements and the size of each division. But I think the FA should really be governing the pissing league, to be honest. Oh yeah, I do too. The TV deal is the problem, and the governance of the game is the problem, not the clubs, and not the divisions, be it non-league or football league or Premier League. It's the fact we've got one, two, three, uh, four governing bodies with the professional league. So you've got the Premier League, Football League for the next three, and then the National League covers the National League, which is predominantly professional, and then National League North and South. And then after that, then it becomes the county FAs, and it gets really stupid. So basically, what you end up having is a mess. There's too many layers of governance. And you've got you are right now. You've got the old Division One, which is now the Premier League, right? It's the Premier League title, FA Cup, League Trophy, FA Vars, which is for the non-league. So you've got two FA sanctioned competitions which they run. You've got the Football League Trophy and the Football League Cup, which the Football League run, plus the three leagues there, and then you've got the Premier League. There's too many layers of governance. Too many layers of governance. I think we need to have one layer of governance, the FA. The leagues merge back together, the whole league structure from Division 1, Division 4, National League comes Division 5, Division 6 North, Division 6 South, and then the county FAs. Sorry, that's my opinion. But there's too much money. There's too much of that. The EFL, Premier League, too much of that. Is what it is. Papa John's. It's exactly the same as Pizza Hut, um, uh, Domino's, Herbie's. They all use. There's another one, Big Four. They all use the same ingredients. They just put together in a different order. I like the more independent national chains like Farmhouse. Farmhouse Pizza Smile, but that's more southeast, South Midlands. St Johnston's Paint Trophy. What the league? Well, that's the league trophy, isn't it? I think they did at one point have the youth sides in either the Vars or the trophy. Yes, I think so. At one point, that was one of the structural changes, and the lower league clubs were like, well, this is a piss take because you know we're just devaluing it. When I was a kid, we would sit in the car on the way back from my nan's house on Saturday with the radio on, reading out all the results, and I remember how long it went on for, like felt like 5 hours. I used to love the football results show on the Radio 5 Live. Brilliant. Radio 5 Live Drive Time, as it was called. You had about 3 hours of an ex-player, and I forget the journalist's name. I think he's retired now, but you would have the play-by-play kind of guy, and you would have the colour, which was the colour commentator. So the play-by-play would be just the journo who's never played the game, and the colour commentator is the ex-player, and they will be in there in the studio, and you'll have your presenter, and you'll have your play by, you'll have your colour commentator, the ex-player, and you'll have your presenter, and they'll be sat. It was brilliant, and I still listen to it now. You would have and it's like it used to be Mark Pugac at one point, and then you would have Robbie Savage would be the ex-player at one point. I mean, that's what I remember Drive Time at one point. Then Robbie Savage joins the Freddie Flint of Robbie Savage and the Ping Pong Guy podcast with Mark Saeed, who's the ex-table tennis champion. That was brilliant. I used to love that. I used to love putting that on, Radio 5 Live Drive Time. Because you get the fans calling in, going, "This is crap. I've had enough of the manager. The players suck." Da 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 da. Yeah, the tendencies like Mansfield. Yeah, that's in the well because the lower league clubs feel that their competition's been devalued because you, either if it's a good lower league club who would really going for a promotion push, they're going to batter these kids, and if it's a poor lower league club, so what's the point? Yeah, Talksport tried, and it doesn't work. It doesn't work. But Radio 5 Live's, drive time is absolutely brilliant. I'm not sure if it's as good as it used to. I haven't listened to it for like a long time, but I used to go to the match. Literally, I'll go to the game. The game I've been watching, be in the car, and already they're dissecting. Oh, this game's terrible. Sack manager. He's crap. He's crap. He's got to go. And I'm just like, I've just watched that bloody game. I've just been at the match. I've just been at the Medeski, or I've just been at Vicarage Road, or I've just been at Fratton Park, or St Mary's, Griffin Park, whatever ground me and my granddad would go to. And already they're already the fans. Like, I've just got back from the game. I'm furious with how the team played. It's like kind of walk from the stadium to your house must be right by the stadium. Then you're thinking this guy must literally live there. And it was brilliant listening. I have to admit it was brilliant to listen to. Really funny. Um, why is it 4 up from League Two? I don't know why League Two is 4 up and it's 4 down from League One. I really don't know that, but it's only 2 up. Now it has to be 6 teams going either way in total. So 6 teams up or down. That's where it's interesting because it's 3 down from the championship and 3 up. So I don't know why it's that. It's how they rearranged it after the Premier League went down at 20 teams. Bear in mind it's 72 teams in the Football League from Championship to League Two. So it's not like every league is 20 teams, which would be brilliant. Which would be 80 teams in total from Premier League to League Two. It was 92. So you've got to bearing in mind there are more teams. So you've got 3 leagues of 24. It's how it is. It wasn't always the case because there were 22 teams in the Premier League at one point, which meant you could distribute them a little bit differently. But it's how it's worked out. So it's a bit confusing. You'll have to ask the EFL why that is and why they've structured it the way it is. You'll also have to ask the governing body of the National League, which is again separate, which is not the FA. It's another separate organisation who cover the National League North and South and National League itself. Why it's only 2 up in their promotion system, 1 direct champions and then playoffs. And why they've agreed that with the various league structures. It's just how it is. I think it was before them playoffs. I know Oxford United were the last team voted in to join the Football League as a replacement for a club being expelled, which was the original Accrington, yeah, Accrington getting expelled and Oxford United getting an application in. Um, they're the last team to do that, and then the playoffs and promotion relegation started officially, I think, in the 60s as well. Before then, you had to be invited in or apply to join. Then you get the 92, and then the last team to be expelled was Accrington to be replaced by Oxford United, and then they bring in promotion relegation, and then playoffs start. I think it was the 80s. It might have been the 70s. It was before I was born. They brought in the playoff structure we sort of understand today, although there's differences and you know over time. And there's no perfect playoff system. I don't know if there's a record of this, but it said that the team winning the playoff final was better than the team. I believe that is kind of. We'll have to look at that. I'll have to look at the history of the Premier League, the promoted teams, how they got there, and which team out of the promoted teams did best. Brentford were a playoff team this time last year, and they stayed in, and the other two promoted teams got relegated. So that you could argue. I seem to remember. I think Bradford City, when they got their first season, were a playoff team, as were Ipswich, if I remember correctly. Um, I've got a feeling Forest will do well. Villa, yep. I think it's starting to become more relevant now as more money is because I think when Blackpool went up, it was 60 million was the um, prize money you got for winning the playoffs. When Blackpool came up, and Dean Windass scores the goal, and now it's worth 170, 175 million. So I think the prize money's got something to do with that, whereby the team that finishes first and the team that finishes second make less money in prize money than the team that wins the playoffs. And that's where the system's broken. It shouldn't be the case. You are rewarding a team that's come seventh, got through a lottery of knockout football, basically, which is what it is. Uh, and then you've played like what, 3 extra games or 5 extra games, depending how the playoffs work, depending how many teams are in your playoff structure. That doesn't make sense to me. Because that team that finishes seventh could have been 30, 40 points behind the team that finishes first, which has happened in previous seasons. And but I'll have to have a look at the facts and figures of the three promoted teams, and I might have to get the whiteboard out for this because this is 30 years worth of Premier League playoffs and promotion relegations to look at. 30 years. I'll start for the 93-94 season, I think. Would be a good place to start. This could take hours of research. I could be here for quite some time. It's like Captain Oates. I'm going to leave on this. It's like I'm going outside. I might be some time. When he dies on Shackleton's ill-fated expedition where they all freeze to death, and he goes in the tent. I'm just going outside. I might be some time because he had a gammy leg apparently, and everyone thought he was just going to take a quick piss outside the tent. He died. He just wandered off. No one found the body. No one knows where he's gone. No one's ever found the body. That's my Shackleton moment. I'm going out. I might be some time. Now, I might do that. Start doing that tomorrow when I wake up. Start looking at, you know, the. It's just how I word the title. It's not the research. It's how I go. How successful a playoff winners the following season. How successful a playoff winners the following season in English football, and we'll be looking at championship playoff winners from. I'm gonna do for the following season. So we'll actually have to look at the 93-94 season, 3 promoted sides, the playoff winner, who gets promoted, who gets relegated, and I think there's one season where all three. I think there was one. I think there's only been one season where all 3 promoted sides stayed up. So generally, if you get promoted, at least one of the promoted sides gets relegated. which explains the yo-yo thing with West Brom in the past, now Norwich and Watford, those yo-yo clubs. But yes, we shall see. Anyway, oh no, we'll do the yo-yo clubs later. I want to look at sides that were promoted via the playoffs, whether they stayed up the following season or were down within a year. Because if they stay up the following season and the other, how they did compared to the championship and second place team. And that means breaking down, how many of them were relegated. It's going to be a mad video. I might get the whiteboard out. I might have to rejig where I have my laptop, my seat, whiteboard, lighting. It's going to be mental, and I'm going to rip my hair out. I might do it with my mum's here because I can then have like someone write down things for me. Go, can you write that down, please? Can you write that down, please? And get my point. I might actually get my pointer out. Oh, I could have an assistant. No, I don't. My mum hasn't got time. She hasn't been well, bless her. She's been rather unwell. She's waiting for some test results. It could be serious. We don't know. But we could look at yo-yo clubs. We could look at what I want to do is look at, do the playoff winners, do they stay up that season or get relegated? Are there too many clubs in London? Well, then are there too many clubs in the Northwest? Are there? London's got a population of 9 point something million or 8 point something million. So between 8, depending on source and when the sentences and approximations have been done on population size, which is normally like, people when they fill out their council tax forms, like how many people are resident in the property for council tax. It's how they work it out on approximation. London itself is anywhere between 8 and we'll say 10 million, because there's a variance with student population because they don't stay permanently. And then the greater metropolitan area around London is about 23.5 million. So that'd be the home counties like Kent, parts of Sussex, Kent, Surrey, a little bit of Berkshire, Hertfordshire, Essex, so are there too many? When you've got an urban population, when you've got a population that's bigger than some countries in Europe, in London, no, there's not too many clubs in London. No. For our league structure, when you've got as I say, when you've got a city that's got a population bigger than Denmark or Portugal, no, you don't have too many teams in London. I think the problem is if you've got too many teams in one division, then it becomes a bit more. Hang on a second, but no, you don't. There's that debate. Is there too many? No, the population can sustain it. If the Portuguese league is a country with a lesser population than Greater London, and they've got teams from all over the country playing in that, including Lisbon. Take Lisbon and Porto, they've got teams all over the country playing in the Portuguese league, because you've only got Sporting, Benfica, and Boa Vista in Lisbon. You've only got Porto in Porto, apparently. So, if there are clubs not being supported, maybe no. I think every London club sells out sells out every week. Have Oxford City? I don't think so. I'll have to look at Oxford City. And I think there were 12 in London or Greater London, the Premier League at one point, or at least 12 in London, and then if you include Watford in the southeast, you mozzie bastard are going to die. You're dead. Sorry, I had to kill a bloody mozzie. It's pissing me the fuck off. Die. Oh, bugger. Oh, I've caught it on my fucking bit of brickwork. Sorry, I had to bash that one dead. It was either 10 or 12. You have to look at the old Division 1 as well. Anyway, I've been going for nearly 5 hours, so I'm going to call it a day. Really appreciate it. I'm knacked. It's 1:30 in the morning, 2 o'clock. So I'm going to call it a night. Thank you very much, obviously, because I want to keep my neighbours awake because it's after 11 p.m. and I've got a bit of little. So I'm going to call it a night. It's raining outside. I will catch you all guys next time. I've also, going to have to look at the promotion relegation and work out the numbers of the team that wins playoff final if they stay up the following season. That's it. Only the following, not if they stay up permanently, just the following season if there's and normal promotion relegation. Because this season Brentford, playoff final winners, stayed up. The other two promoted teams gone down. I've also got to see. I think there's one season where all three promoted sides stayed up as well. I believe, which tells you how hard it is to make that next step and stay up. Anyway, for now, for me, goodbye, and I'll have some more videos for you very, very soon. Oh, I'm tired. Nearly 5 hours. That's long.